At the end of a turbulent year,
Whoa,
it's time for me to reconnect with the world.
that is terrifying.
So I've set myself a challenge.
Every footstep is a torment. I hate it.
To leave my city and comfort zone
Wild camping. Not something you often catch me doing. Tonight it may well touch freezing.
and walk stretches of the southwest coast path through some of the greatest landscapes that our country has to offer.
I'm like an army marching on against anything that the Atlantic can hurl at me.
I know it's going to be tough.
I think I might seek shelter.
I think you should too. Nice to see you.
But reputedly, this walk has the power to heal.
We were living out here on these headlands, just living wild, and his health began to improve in ways we'd been told were impossible.
That's good. Keep it going.
Just resonates so much. My whole life, I've come here to think, celebrate, be sad.
It seems to be a very special place.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't live anywhere else.
Absolutely not what I expected. This is sort of a miracle, isn't it?
How can this exist?
And at the end of my pilgrimage,
I'm not very sure about this.
All right, you ready?
I'll see whether it's changed me.
It was a shock. It was good. I'm glad I did it. All right, I'm glad I did it.
I'm doing my walk beginning in March, and rain is what I'm expecting. Generally horizontal. So the waterproofing is going to be important. I really am suffering from cabin fever, and I really feel cheated of a year. I had so many plans that have fallen through. And, you know, as you go on in life, a year represents an increasing proportion of what you've got left. So I'm longing to get out.
Even for experienced walkers, the Southwest Coast Path is notoriously challenging. But I've set myself a goal to tramp along 6 of its stages through Devon and Cornwall. The first leg of my southwest coastal pilgrimage begins in the shadow of England's highest sea cliff, Great Hangman, where I'll pick up the lofty path into Combe Martin. From there I'll tackle a steep climb over Watermouth Bay, dropping down to Ilfracombe before climbing onto the 7 hills and ending my first day's efforts at Bull Point Lighthouse. Tomorrow we'll begin with a roller coaster of a walk to Mort Point, a notorious shipping graveyard, before arriving at Woolacombe, famous for its 3-mile strip of golden sand, which played a key role in the liberation of Western Europe during the Second World War.
So the walker sets out. Not exactly intrepid, because I'm not all that fit, and the hills of Devon and Cornwall are famously steep. But after the year we've all had, I'm really looking forward to being out in the open and to meeting new people. Oh, sags right off its hinges. Please shut the gate. Wish me luck, I'm on my way.
This path is famously rugged and undulating. Walking all 630 miles would involve climbing more than 110,000 feet, equivalent to 4 Mount Everests.
Steep gradient, running water, slippery rock. Not straightforward.
And if this initial 500-foot ascent to the base of Little Hangman is anything to go by, my adventure is already feeling ambitious.
Oof, quite demanding. And the path lies ahead, wow. Beautiful.
Finally, all that effort pays off. This path was first trodden by 19th century coast guards on the lookout for smugglers in the coves below. And you certainly need a coast guard's head for heights, as the 300-foot sheer drops can leave you dizzy.
I can feel my heart racing a bit. A single slip and you could fall all the way down there into the sea below. Some time ago, for just a week, I walked the ancient pilgrim route in northwestern Spain towards Santiago de Compostela. That came after a very big setback in my professional life, and I found it was a time for reflection and reassessment. I was a long way from home and distant from the hurly-burly. And on that walk, I met different sorts of people. People who lived in villages and looked after farms and animals. And they had a completely different attitude, outlook, philosophy of life. And soon, time slowed down, and it seemed as though I'd been away from my normal life, my discomfort zone, for a very long time.
It's been 21 years since that Spanish pilgrimage. On this one, I've arranged to meet people who I hope will help me to appreciate how living, working, and walking along this coast can change you.
Hello.
Hello.
Might you be Vince?
I am indeed.
What a spot, eh?
It's fantastic. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Former Coast Guard Vince is from the village of Combe Martin, where his family have made their living for 6 generations.
And who's your friend?
This is Sasha. Sasha, come say hello.
Hello, Sasha. And apart from what I can see right now, which is amazing natural beauty, what's so good about Combe Martin?
It's just that community spirit, the location we're in, the proximity to the sea. The whole of North Devon is wonderful. You know, I'm not going to deny that, but Combe Martin's got a special place in my heart. On a good day, you can see Wales. I'm just squinting there to see if we can actually see any features.
Where would we be opposite in Wales? Would that be Cardiff?
No, you're further down, so that will be Swansea Bay.
And what else have we got here? What am I looking at there?
Wild Pear Nudist Beach.
Ah!
Yeah, so feel free if you...
Bit chilly for the time of year.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people use it.
You're very exposed to spectators, aren't you?
Yeah, and it's a horrible climb down as well. The last bit is like that, and it's shingle and shale and it's leg-breaking stuff.
So they're fit nudists.
You would think, yeah. Well, depends how you term the word fit, I guess. Yeah.
This bedrock of shales, slates and sandstones was laid down some 395 million years ago, and it shaped the dramatic landscape of this North Devon coast. The fault line that created Combe Martin Valley also exposed precious metals. For nearly 400 years, silver was mined here for the crown, including for Kings Edward I and Charles I.
Here we are.
Combe Martin laid at our feet.
Great view, actually. You pretty much see all the high street.
Now, I hadn't expected that. A long, thin town coming off the harbour.
Yeah, yeah. Sat in amongst the valley here, so there's not a lot of room for development outside of that, really. And then Kilmartin Beach there, and then you've got the little beaches, Newbury Beach.
It's very pretty.
Yeah, it's lovely. Never get tired of it.
For Vince, one thing above all else makes living here wonderful.
The water is an amazing colour.
It is, yeah. Quite unusual, actually, this time of year. It's normally a little bit cloudier.
It's that breathtaking turquoise sea. And as Vince runs his own kayaking company, he invites me to experience it for myself.
You've paddled before?
A bit.
A bit. It's a brand new boat for you.
Oh, marvellous.
Yeah.
Vince, how did you get into the water sports business?
Oh, it's something I've been interested in for a long time. We started this about 7 or 8 years ago when I left the Coast Guards. Just a natural progression, really. The harbour lends itself to what we do. We're a family business now.
And so you and your family, you're very confident with the water?
Yes, absolutely. Lived here all my life, been on the sea all my life, and the bloodline goes back 6 generations.
Vince's great-uncle James regularly skippered the first steam-powered coal boat, the Snowflake, along the Bristol Channel. In the late 19th century, his cargo was strawberries, grown in the valley of Combe Martin and bound for the jam factories of South Wales. He'd return with coal to fire North Devon's power stations.
So, am I really going out in this thing?
You are indeed, and we'll go and show you a bit of the coastline that we've been standing on.
Check out the nudist.
If you like, if there's any there. Right then, let's do this.
The last time I was in a kayak, I fell out of it.
At the end of a long year under lockdown, I've set myself a challenge to walk along 6 legs of Britain's longest national trail, the South West Coast Path. I'm barely 2 miles into my pilgrimage in North Devon, and water sports instructor Vince has already convinced me to go kayaking.
The secret is nice and slow movement.
The last time I tried this, I capsized.
Looking good.
Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable, thank you.
So we're just going to head out the bay now. We'll go and show you a bit of the coastline that we've been standing on.
Will the water be very different out of the bay? Will it be much rougher, do you
It
think?
won't really. There might be a slight increase in the size of the swell, but it won't be anything worse than this, really. Not noticeable. If you start seeing white foam on the cliffs, then you know it's quite rough. But actually, if you look at those cliffs over there now, I can't see any white foamy stuff, so we're all good.
You reminded me to get my head up, stop looking at the paddle,
Absolutely.
look at the scenery. It's very nice.
It's gorgeous. Look at it.
Under Vince's guidance, though far out of my comfort zone, I'm enjoying the moment.
The cliffs, they're just so astonishing, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
You see those folds of rock, you see the way it's been thrust upwards,
Yep.
sort of chaos of rock formations. No, I think it really is wonderful out here. And of course we have the place completely to ourselves.
Absolutely.
Vince, I spent most of lockdown in central London, which is okay, we've got the parks and so on, but this is different. To be out here, this is marvellous, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Love it here. And a great way to spend a morning.
So in this period when you've not been seeing as many people, not even family and friends, has it been some consolation to have such beautiful nature around you?
Yeah, it has. I'll be honest about it. It's been quite nice. We spent a lot of time with my wife and my dog out on the hills walking.
And I don't suppose many people will ever see it as deserted and as tranquil as this.
Not really, no. No, we're very privileged.
Beautiful.
A As much as I'd like to stay, there's 6 miles to cover before nightfall. And the climb out of Combe Martin over Watermouth Bay isn't easy.
One of the things of walking in March is it's wet and there's a lot of mud and it's a bit of a plod going uphill. But this is so beautiful. The light is amazing, the colours are gorgeous, and I have it completely to myself. Aha! Wow.
The view is beautiful. And this natural breakwater forms a secluded habitat for marine mammals, including bottlenose dolphins, porpoises, and seals. Whilst the gorse bushes are full of the familiar trill of robins, one of the very few British birds that sings all year round.
Weather throughout Britain is notoriously changeable, and walking in Devon in March is asking for trouble. And I'm going to arrive in beautiful Ilfracombe soggy. I'm not a true pilgrim. I really do not rejoice in discomfort. But on the other hand, if I did this walk and I never got soaked, I would feel a little bit of a fraud. And actually, I'm not sure that being wet isn't better than being too hot. In ancient times, pilgrims were religious people who were repenting of their misdemeanors, in particular their carnal sins. And by walking a pilgrimage, they earned time off from purgatory. And so they needed to mortify the flesh. And even today, pilgrims relish staying in really uncomfortable refuges and being beaten by the wind and the rain. And that must be my consolation, because presumably I'm a step closer to heaven. Talking of carnal sin, when I was in politics and you wanted to be selected as a Conservative candidate, the local association of the party would always want to check that there was nothing in your past that might embarrass you. And my predecessor in the constituency of Kensington and Chelsea was a very good-looking man, Alan Clark, with a rather Casanova reputation. And he was asked by the committee interviewing him, "Do you have any skeletons in your cupboard, Mr. Clark?" To which he replied, "Thousands." He was, of course, selected.
Sitting beneath me is the resort town of Ilfracombe. With the Victorian expansion of the railways, this coast became a tourist destination. And by the 1950s, tens of thousands of visitors would flock here every summer, by train and ferry, to enjoy the promenade, beaches, and clear blue waters. But with the arrival of the foreign package holiday and closure of the local branch line in 1970, its popularity waned. I do wonder, though, whether now we're rediscovering these resorts on our doorstep. By the time I climb onto the hills out of town, the skies have cleared, and I'm rewarded with a bird's-eye view.
The pretty houses that I'm seeing everywhere painted white and in pastel shades remind me of the Mediterranean, and they carry that promise of sunshine. I'm pleased to say that for the moment, the weather forecast concurs.
This section of the path was originally laid out in the 1880s to encourage Victorian day trippers to visit North Devon's raw and rugged beauty. However, I must contend with yet another strenuous climb, and it's becoming increasingly clear why this path has a reputation for being tough.
The victory of each summit brings joy, but it is short-lived because you just know you're going to go down the other side and begin all over again.
Before starting out on this pilgrimage, I read a book called The Salt Path about a couple called Rainer and Moth. Unlike me, they set out to walk all 630 miles, living wild on its remote stretches. It was at a terrible point in their lives, but the experience transformed them. I'm looking forward to walking a section with Rainer.
Wow, what an honour, the famous Rainer.
Hi, Michael. Lovely to see you.
And when you walked all those hundreds of miles, I mean, this is a fantastic spot. Do you actually remember individual spots?
Oh, I do. I remember walking up that hill and how steep it was, and then sitting on this bench here and how happy I was to sit down.
And what are your tips for all the ups and downs? Because, I mean, it's so heavy on the puff going up and so tough on the knees going down.
Oh, I know. I would say don't have a rest at the bottom. Save the rest for the top. Yeah. Because if you stop at the bottom, you'll never get up.
It would be a great honour to walk with you. Where could we walk on to?
I think we could go to the lighthouse, Michael.
To the lighthouse?
Yeah.
Bull Point Lighthouse was built in 1896 to warn ships of the reefs that crowd this coastline. Unlike the rocks around Combe Martin, these slates have split away from the bedrock, creating jagged clusters that sit dangerously close to the surface.
Rainer, I knew about you because I read your book a while ago, and I remember that you set out on your walk because of a series of catastrophes.
Yes, it came as part of a really awful week. We'd been living in our home where we'd lived for 20 years. It was a place we loved. We'd put loads of work and time and effort into it. But unfortunately, a dispute with a friend led to us being served with an eviction notice to leave that house. And we were given a week to go, a week to pack 20 years of life into boxes. And during that week, Moth, my husband, was diagnosed with corticobasal degeneration. It's a neurodegenerative disease that's got no treatment and no cure. And so it was in the last awful minutes as we were about to leave the house. I spotted a book in a packing case. And it was a book about a young man who'd walked the Southwest Coast Path with his dog. And just in that awful moment, it just seemed like the most obvious thing to do. Just fill a rucksack and go for a walk. But at the end of every day when we were walking, our biggest problem was finding a flat spot to camp on.
Yeah.
And sometimes we didn't. It was dark before we managed to camp. And in those moments, really, we'd just sit and have a cup of tea and just enjoy the dying light, knowing really we were never going to find a flat spot.
The way the sun is falling on those rocks is astonishing, isn't it? They're so
It's beautiful.
shiny, reflective, they're like mirrors.
So I hope you don't take milk and sugar, because I don't know if I've got those. But
No sugar, no milk. It's
no
just,
sugar, no milk.
very
Oh, we're good then. Good.
Rainer, do you think there should be periods in life when we take time out for retreat, for reflection, for getting away from it all?
I think so. I think if we don't take those times, those moments to actually just really feel life, then it's very easy to just pass through life and never really experience it at all. And I think, you know, there's always tea, isn't there, if you can't cope.
Oh, you can feel the warmth from here.
can.
The perfect sundowner. Thank you so much. Did you actually pitch your tent here?
Not here, but over there on this side of Mort Point.
Yeah.
There's a little flat bit at the top there. That's where we spent the night.
And those moments, despite all you're going through, they were uplifting in some way, were they? Just being there perched on the edge of the cliff, or were you always thinking about how am I going to eat again, where am I going to stay tomorrow?
No, I think it was a strange thing. We'd lost just about every material thing that we had, but we put ourselves out in this wild natural environment, and there was just something about this incredible raw beauty of this coast. It just started to wipe everything away, wipe away those anxieties and the fear and everything else that we were carrying, and then suddenly it was just this, and it was all we needed, really.
That is extraordinary. That would be so difficult for me. I mean, my life is, highly material and highly dependent on cities and people and technology. What you're telling me is just amazing, really.
But we thought that we couldn't exist without all of the things that we had in our lives, all of those material things, all of the connections. But then when they're forcibly taken away from you, then you're in a position where you have to find another way.
Well, I admire you. I mean, I don't know, nobody ever knows whether they have the resources to fall back on unless and until it happens to them, do they?
You never know, but unless you've put yourself into that position, you'll never find out. And that's what you're about to do in exploring this coastline. You're going to feel some of that.
In my mini way.
In your tiny way.
It's not often you meet someone so inspiring. And Rayna's advice has given me a renewed sense of purpose to tackle what lies ahead as I continue on my way. It's my second morning in North Devon, walking an arduous leg of the southwest coast path.
Wow. Oh, that's a lovely view now.
And I'm discovering its transformative power, both through the people that I've arranged to meet and others that I encounter by chance.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Lovely.
So, out getting some exercise?
Yeah, we're pretty lucky and fortunate to live in this part of the country, really, because this is our back garden, really. It's up here all the time, every day.
Well, it's jolly nice to see you. What's your name?
Colin.
Colin, I'm Michael. Stay healthy, have a lovely walk.
This morning, I'll hike to a treacherous headland called Mort Point. From there, my path eases up, leading me to what I'm promised is a very special beach. And then onto the world-renowned Woolacombe Sands for an alfresco dinner, my farewell to North Devon. I've heard that this next stretch of coast is where Second World War troops prepared for the D-Day landings. And I'm about to walk with a man who's one of the very few locals who remembers those days.
Hello, Brian. I'm Michael.
Hello.
Good to see you. What an amazing view you have.
Isn't it fantastic?
Have you always lived with a view of the sea?
I was born in Morto, top of the hill. Father brought me down here and built the house in 1931.
Really? So you've had this view for most of your life?
Yes, I did have 2 years in the RAF, National Service, but missed it tremendously.
And you're a walker by the look of your boots?
Yes.
Would you say that keeps you very fit?
That and the sea air, I think, mainly.
Yeah.
The Atlantic air.
And so, where were you thinking of walking to?
At the point for about a quarter of an hour, that side. Then we're going to walk on for another quarter of an hour, 20 minutes.
Very good.
Can you manage that?
I hope so. I have a feeling you're going to put me to shame. But I'm willing to give it a go.
Beautiful viewpoint from the top. Look all the way around. Right with Michael, we've got a little bit of steep coming out here. Just step carefully.
Thank you very much. The hills don't bother you.
They do a bit now, yes. I used to run up at one time, but I can't do it now.
You still keep a good pace going?
Are you doing all right? But step quicker, be a bit better, and then we can get on.
It's not easy to keep up with you, Brian. Oh. Ah, some shelter.
There.
Some shelter from the wind here.
That's better altogether, isn't it?
Yes, that is better.
This is Mort Point. Mort meaning death.
Yes.
And death to all sailors. Quite a lot of wrecks around here.
In the history of shipping, this place is notorious. 47 vessels sank here in the 19th century, caught on those jagged slates, with 5 going down in the winter of 1852 alone.
Why so many wrecks?
Well, it's the Bristol Channel. It's a very, very busy sailing channel. Bristol was a big port years ago, and they would come in from all over the country, and the wind would change suddenly, and they wouldn't have time to get the anchor up. Navigation was another thing. It was all very crude, no GPS or anything like that, and the weather is dreadful at times.
So when you're sitting in your home looking out at the beautiful sea, you're also very aware that it's a terrible sea. It's a very fierce sea.
It has no mercy. But I don't know, I just love it.
What are your memories of the Second World War here?
The Americans came into Woolcombe. They had all sorts of exercises because they were going in onto Omaha Beach and Woolcombe Beach. It's very, very similar to the layout, the levels of the beach and the sand. They did tremendous amount of training here with the landing craft. You'd wake up in the morning, just put it like this, at 6:30, and there'd be tremendous bombardment. And the barges would all come in onto the beach. And on one occasion, 3 of them were coming in the wrong spot, and the big swell that they were in turned the 3 of them over, and when the tide went out, there were 3 Sherman tanks upside down with 5 crew in each.
Oh.
There were at least 60 drowned.
Just on a training exercise? Oh, that's terrible. I mean, some people during the recent pandemic have made comparisons with the Second World War. Has any comparison occurred to you?
I don't think anything will compare with the pandemic. I think the pandemic has been worse. It's hit everybody in every corner.
Brian's life has been about the sea, and mine entirely urban. I love big cities, London, New York, Rio, Sydney. And Brian's got me thinking, nature has really played almost no part in my life. And your life is partly due to who gives birth to you and where and when, and partly because of choices that you make. But when you meet someone like that, you become very aware of all the paths that you didn't take, all the options that you turned down, and presumably you only live life once.
With the final stretch of my North Devon adventure ahead, I'm glad to see this path to Woolcombe levelling out. Next, I'm stopping at a very special beach that helped to establish this resort 150 years ago.
Hello, Sue.
Hi, hello.
Are you beach combing?
I am.
For what?
Shell seeking. My husband is very long-suffering, so I have loads of these.
Is your house full of these things?
Yes.
What's the name of this lovely beach?
It's Barricane. It's spelt B-A-R-R-I-C-A-N-E, which some people have said is like an anagram of Caribbean, where lots of the shells are supposed to come from. But lots of people just call it Shell Beach.
And it really is covered in shells, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know the reason why the shells are all here?
I think it's the lie of the rocks. They're supposed to come with the Gulf Stream. They come across and they're kind of ushered in. I mean, that's a piece of mother of pearl in the making. That's That would have been an oyster shell.
Yes, that's kind of the same. Oh no, what's that? It's a piece of crockery. That's
Piece of crockery. Sometimes you find the same kind of colour ginger beer bottle pieces.
Yes.
From the days when there were refreshments on trestle tables down here.
Really?
Yes. Ladies served ginger beer and lemonade, big conical creamy tents. But there were trestle tables all over the beach with white linen tablecloths and flowers.
Mm.
And it was really the start of Woolacombe's tourist trade. It's just a brilliant beach. It's a real draw for people who like shell collecting. But Michael, I think before leaving Barricane, you must come and do what everybody does, skim a stone.
Thank you very much. Let's see what
And
I
I'll
can
come
do.
and do one as well.
Yay!
Oh, that won't. Oh, it did.
Oh, it did.
Yes!
Yeah.
Woo! You can tell when it's a good one.
Yeah.
You can, as it leaves your hand.
Yay!
Yes!
Yeah. Well, lovely to meet you.
Yes, and you.
Great pleasure.
Mind your feet.
I'm nearing the end of an exhausting first leg of my Southwest Coast Path pilgrimage.
Another steep hill to go up. This is quite demanding.
Thankfully, Woolacombe, my destination, is ahead. Its stunning 3-mile strip of golden sand is regularly voted one of the best beaches in the world. A magnet for surfers. It also boasts a tiny and very special restaurant. Its chef-owner creates food from the land and the sea that surround him, and he's invited me to celebrate the end of my first leg with a dinner.
Hello, Noel.
Michael, good
to
afternoon.
see
How are we
you.
doing? How's the walk?
It's going well. It's going well. Thank you. I couldn't help noticing your sign outside. I imagine Woolacombe's quite a small place, so to have a restaurant in the Michelin Guide, does that mean a lot to the place?
Well, I think it does. I mean, you know, for years we've been here 20 years cooking now, and I came fresh out of London restaurants, and so our style of cooking maybe was perceived as being a little bit elevated back at the time, but certainly these days people are welcoming it more, and the fact that we're focusing on seasonality and that kind of thing.
How's it been during lockdown? I mean, obviously you've been locked down.
Well, difficult, harsh, but I'm not going to lie, I've totally enjoyed the time with my wife and kids. Think of it as a sabbatical.
Yes.
I feel super happy to have, kind of been locked down in Woolacombe, pass the time here. So actually, it's been good, and I feel bad saying that, but actually, the whole thing has been a positive thing for us. We really re-evaluated and thought how blessed we are, you know.
With the restaurant still closed, our dinner will be al fresco at a favourite spot of Noel's. To reach there involves a trek through his foraging heartland.
As a family, we call this the berry walk. We've come up here with the kids. I mean, obviously, certain times of the year, certain things come through, but there's heaps of sea buckthorn. We've got plenty of blackberries. There's apples up the top, elderberries, elderflower, all those bits and bobs, you know. I mean, it's all here. It was a golf course originally. A lot of Victorians used to come to North Devon when the trains were going to Ilfracombe. And then during the war, the Americans moved into the hotel, and this became a training campus, if you will, for D-Day.
Wow, what a beautiful bay.
Looking out over the sands, I can't help but think of the thousands of Allied troops who were stationed here, including Noel's grandfather.
It's quite moving, actually, isn't it? You think of them doing that training on this beach. There would have been lots of bangs to try and get used to war, but then they had to go and do the real thing.
Yeah. Just down there, I think you see the little mound there.
Yes.
So that's one of the old bunkers. From time to time, bombs will wash up on the beach. You know, we actually found one last year, and my daughter was jumping on it. Next day, we saw them blowing it up. And all across there, Lundy Island, this is during the war. This is my grandfather's first posting. He was in the Royal Navy. He was patrolling here for the German U-boats going up the Bristol Channel.
You think of the war as being a sort of urban experience. You think of the Blitz in London, Coventry, Liverpool, and so on. But of course, it affected everywhere, everywhere.
Yeah, well, they definitely gave a lot, that generation. Let's get cooking.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Michael. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Joining us for dinner are Noel's family and friends, all of them as passionate about this coast as he is.
Hi, Michael. I'm Nick.
So, Nick, you're not a restaurateur as well, are you?
I'm not. No, I run a surf school and I sort of do loads of surf coaching.
So, when were you last surfing?
Just this morning, actually. Yeah, it's been pretty good. Last couple of weeks and so.
Any of the youngsters surf yet? Do you surf? Do you surf? Yeah. You surf.
Yeah.
How long have you been surfing?
Since we're about 4 years old.
Really?
So yeah, we've been in the sea our whole lives.
So you're going to try surfing as part of your Devon and Cornwall experience, are you?
I have surfed a couple of times, but not with distinction.
Oh, falling with style, I like to call it.
Well,
yeah.
Rarely even.
Oh, falling. Oh,
getting
didn't
up
get that far.
to begin with.
Cool, so Michael's got a haunch of venison.
A haunch of venison?
Yes, shot on Exmoor. It's just been marinating all day in wild garlic, made like a puree with hemp oil. Very simple, we're just going to smash that on the grill, and yeah, jobs are good.
Well, it's not your average barbecue.
It kind of is, really, because that's what we, that's what we...
No, what I meant is, it's not one's average barbecue. It may be your average barbecue.
Yeah, no.
It's not one's average barbecue.
Yeah, no, I guess.
How
But I mean,
amazing.
venison's super lean, super good for you. Great flavour this time of year as well. In the winter, it's rich flavours.
Looks amazing.
And I went up the woods this morning and grabbed a few herbs that are coming into season from the forest. Just wild garlic, primroses, wood sorrel in there as well. I'm just going to rip those up and put them in some baguettes, OK? That's some sea salt that we scraped off the rocks at Croyd last summer.
You're not serious?
No, on the slipway, yeah. You can see the texture, a little bit more grainy. It was natural.
You're quite fanatical, actually, aren't you? Everything has to be good, everything has to be local.
Well, I think if you look at the details, then life can be really good. If you kind of just go blasé and buy what you want when you want it, that's not how nature works. It affords us the lifestyle of a millionaire without being a millionaire.
Nicely put. How are you judging that now?
Thing is, when you're cooking meat, everyone's, oh, this and that, and there's actually, the way it works is the meat gives itself up to you when it's ready and not before.
It smells absolutely divine.
Yeah, we are golden. Fill your boots on that one, young man.
Noel? Well, that's really flavoursome.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah,
So I don't really overly dress the salad.
I think that's the fanciest sandwich I've ever eaten. A fantastic end to my day. Thank you very much indeed.
You couldn't come to North Devon and not have a bit of a taste of the coastal path that you walk in.
It's been really nice, thank you.
Yeah, we've enjoyed your company. Thanks for joining us.
And a great pleasure to meet your family and your friends. Good help.
Cheers.
I've met people here who are intensely connected with the sea and with their landscape, with the shore and the surf and the cliffs and the hills. They really love where they live. And the COVID epidemic has been tough for them, particularly those who depend on the tourist business. But they've also found themselves alone in their own landscape. And it's given them a new realization of how lucky they are to have it and how much they adore it.
Next time,
Whoa!
I face an Atlantic storm.
I'm in danger of being hurled into that boiling torrent of water.
Along a wild and turbulent ocean.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in a boat.
You would not.
As I trek towards the ancient castle of Tintagel.
Tir yw fel. The land is cruel. There's an gwyl yw sblan. But the view is wonderful.
I'm walking on, battling on in the wind, now in Cornwall, and I've swapped the relative calm of the Bristol Channel for the Atlantic, named after Atlas, that titan of Greek mythology. And the weather that arrives here has crossed a body of water that comprises 1/5 of our planet. I'm a good deal further down the peninsula, that finger of land that juts out into the ocean. And personally, I'm out on a limb too, further from home and my urban comforts. And I'm like an army, distant from its camp, marching on against anything that the Atlantic can hurl at me.
The last time I attempted an adventure like this was 21 years ago, when I walked a pilgrim's trail called the Camino de Santiago in northwest Spain. Just like this North Cornish coast, it too faces onto the Atlantic, and it shares a Celtic history that shaped both regions' identities. The weather there, though, was a lot more forgiving.
Whoa! If the wind were at my back rather than stinging in my face, I'd be in danger of being hurled off this cliff into that boiling torrent of water, and I'd be dashed against those rocks in moments. That is terrifying power.
This leg of my pilgrimage begins above Widmouth Bay, a 2-mile-wide expanse of sand and rock. My path then follows the cliff line before dropping down to Millock Haven and on to a strange and ancient woodland at Dizzard Point. From there, I'll skirt the wild Atlantic to Beanie Cliff, where the novelist Thomas Hardy wrote some of his earliest works, and where I will overnight. Tomorrow, I'll continue on to Boscastle, the site of a terrible recent disaster, before detouring to Bodmin Moor and ending up at Tintagel, wrapped about with Arthurian legend.
I see my way mapped out ahead. It's going to be a question of one slope after another, one peninsula, one head, one beach after another. And I think I'll make it with a tailwind.
The forecast ahead is for storms and more storms. But in between, the skies momentarily clear and my approach to Widmouth Bay is bathed in glorious sunshine.
Beautiful.
Here I've arranged to meet a man whose family line can be traced back to 1348 and who understands what marks out the Cornish identity.
Would you be Ian?
I would. Disdale, Michael.
What's that now?
That's good day in Cornish.
Oh, thank you very much.
And welcome to Widmouth, or Porthan Men in the Cornish language, the Port of Stone.
Well, I can see why you would call it that. Looks like a sort of giant's ploughed field.
It does.
Is it quite a special beach to you?
It is. I can trace my family back quite a long way in this vicinity, and certainly in this parish that the beach sits in. And yes, it's a place I come to walk and to surf and just to look at the sea. Yeah, absolutely. It's very personal to me.
Yeah, just thinking about identity, the Atlantic, Celts, Cornwall, the wind, the surf, how do you tie it all together?
Those peoples that make up the Celtic nations have a very strong and close connection to the sea. It's part of life. Religion, culture, language, trade was all exchanged via the sea. And so it's absolutely crucial. It's vital to the identity of all of those Celtic peoples.
And they would have been in Scotland, in Ireland, in Wales?
Absolutely. So quite a number in this area had come across from Wales and further down in Cornwall from Ireland. And there's very much that connection. They went on from Cornwall to Brittany, and some came back. So there was a lot of intertrading.
I walked a bit of a pilgrimage once to Santiago de Compostela. More Celts down there. Do you think they were connected too?
Absolutely. As the Anglo-Saxons pushed westward, and Celts left their lands here. They went on from Cornwall to Brittany, and I'm pretty certain some went to Galicia as well.
It faces onto the wild, remote Atlantic. And for the past 60 years, this bay has been critical in connecting the world. A clue could be seen 9 miles further up the coast.
The shallow nature of the beach means it's ideal for transatlantic cables that come ashore here.
Really?
8 cables bringing telecommunications and the internet, so that connects this part of Cornwall to all over the world. In 1960s here, the first telephone cable to the US was put in, and next year a new cable is going to be laid by Google, and that's going to bring the equivalent of 17.5 million people streaming a 4G video simultaneously, and that data will come in per second.
That is astonishing. I'm very glad you put it in perspective. And this is because what we're facing the US here, are we?
Absolutely. So this bit is a straight line of coast, and it faces straight out towards Canada and the US. So 3,800 miles of wind blowing in our face, and ideal for putting that cable straight across the Atlantic. And it's no coincidence that just up the coast is GCHQ. So access to the data that comes here is slightly easier for them.
This GCHQ satellite station at Bude is where the intelligence agency eavesdrops on communications from around the world.
Well, as this pilgrim lopes off on his way, what would you say to me?
I'd say Dieu Genez, God be with you.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's quite an irony, really, that I've come here to get away from the hustle and bustle. And I now discover from Ian that with the cables running under this beach, there's probably more data, more financial deals, more downloads coursing along there than in London or any metropolis of the world. Amazing.
I'm on day 3 of my trek, walking stretches of the southwest coast path.
Whoa! Not easy going.
And my arrival in North Cornwall has coincided with an Atlantic storm front, bringing winds of 70 miles per hour.
Even though it's quite hazy, as I look ahead, there's just one headland after another. You get a sense of infinity, and in this vast landscape, the walker, the individual, feels very tiny.
As the storms subside, I'm meeting someone down on the beach who's trying to raise awareness of the ocean pollution that threatens not just this coast, but every shore around the world.
Avril.
Hi,
and Michael. What are you collecting there?
I'm picking up microplastics.
So these little bits here.
Absolutely. Microplastics, plastics that are 5 millimetre down to 1 micron.
There's a lot of it about. These have broken down from bigger things, have they?
Absolutely, from bottles and all kinds of things that we use every day in our homes that have found their way into the waterways and oceans, and the UV rays have broken them down, and you know, they'll never disappear, these tiny bits. Will just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller until they're not visible by the human eye and they're small enough to be absorbed into our bloodstream.
So have you become rather obsessed? Because, I mean, I feel obsessed. I've only been here half a minute.
It's hard to leave it when you see it, and quite often we will see more arrive after a storm. So we've just had several days of strong winds and very big currents and tides.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you still get shipwrecks? Do you ever get whole cargoes washing up?
Yeah, in 1997 there was actually a container of Lego which fell into the ocean, and bizarrely it was actually sea-themed Lego, so we often find little pieces of that shipment.
Nearly 5 million Lego pieces were swept into the sea when a cargo ship was hit by a freak wave 20 miles off Land's End. That was 24 years ago. and those tiny plastic figures will continue to wash up on beaches for many years to come.
Oh my goodness, as soon as I look at you, I can see it everywhere. You have literally opened my eyes. I could have walked across this beach and not spotted the plastic. And now I can't see the beach for the plastic, do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
My path continues along the cliffs, then drops down a steep-sided valley. Here, rock faces eroded by the sea reveal intricately folded layers of shale and sandstone that are about 300 million years old.
The beach is not easy going, but at least I'm right up against the fury of the sea.
Driven by gale-force winds, these Atlantic rollers can reach over 5 meters in height.
Just look at the waves there, thumping in, relentless. My Scottish grandfather collected Scottish paintings, and I remember one artist, MacTaggart, who painted the fury of the sea, and on the beach, little children cowering in terror. And that scared me because I was a little child myself. And now I feel like that again.
So far, most of the people I've met on this walk have been locals. But my next rendezvous is with a Canadian who moved here 45 years ago. Brian is the regional forester for Cornwall and tasked with preserving some of the most magical ancient woodland in Britain.
Brian, on the coastal path I've not seen much by way of woodland. Gorse bushes everywhere. Because they're not much around?
Not on the north coast, because it's not really conducive to growing. So this is particularly significant. We think this is a very, very, very ancient woodland.
What would you mean by very ancient?
Thousands of years old.
Good heavens. What sort of wood is that?
It's a sessile oak woodland.
I think of oaks as being very big trees. These don't seem very big to me. I mean, would they be? Should they be?
They would be if they're in less hostile environment.
It's extraordinary to think that these oaks can reach 40 meters. But here on this exposed and hostile coastline, the tallest barely scrapes 6.
Whoa, instant calm.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow. What interesting trees. So beautiful. When did you first come across this forest?
I first came here about 35 years ago or so. And at that time, it was fenced off, and it was quite challenging getting about in here. Really hard work.
And were you pleased to see it for the first time?
Staggered, yeah, wonderful. I'm from the prairies originally, so there's no trees at all.
Is that why you like trees?
Maybe. It was a novelty. The tallest thing I ever saw was a telegraph pole. But the trees are stunted because this mixture of the dramatic sea effect, the winds come off the sea, the salt-ladenness, so they're growing very, very slowly. But also we think that the roots are constantly being pruned by the movement of the ground.
Yes.
Just like bonsai, you're pruning the roots of a bonsai tree. Now I have a sample. How old do you think this tree this size should be? Maybe?
Well, let me think. You count rings, don't you? Roughly one a year? I'm thinking about 50 or something there. What do you think?
Normally an oak tree this size would be about 15 years old. It's 147 years old.
147 years old.
Yeah.
And it's only grown that much.
Whole diameter of the trunk of this tree. And the closer you get to the sea, the smaller these get to.
You lead the way.
Okay.
Right. So the trees have got smaller.
Yes. Don't have to go very far.
Oh my goodness.
It's much more exposed now.
You don't often look at the top of an oak tree.
You feel very like a giant here, don't you?
You do, you do. And we came such a short distance.
Yeah, just a few meters, but we went from a sheltered little spot
yes.
to a very exposed ridge. And now it's getting the full force of the wind.
And if we go down there, we get even dwarfier
more,
trees.
Much more.
So a man like you, for whom trees are his life, how exciting, how unusual is this to you?
Well, I don't know of another woodland quite like this. This is so wild and just so unique. It's incredible, because normally you'd have to get in a big crane to get up to the canopy and see what's up there. It's a very good, humbling experience, isn't it?
It is. Funnily enough, we're made to feel like giants, and it's humbling at the same time.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm pushing on along the last 2 miles to Beanie Cliff, where I'm staying tonight. And this section of path is far from easy.
Another steep hill to go up. I have to will myself step by step. With the rain, the path has turned to mud, and it's quite treacherous, and then the wind threatens to tip me over the cliff. And looking out at the sea makes me admire painters so much, because if I were painting this, I would reach for the blue. But there's scarcely a blue there. There's green and grey and aquamarine. And then looking towards the land, the light passes across it and it glows, it illuminates greens and browns and blacks. And now a rainbow to crown it all. It's just calling out to be painted.
This coastline has been immortalised by the great romantic painters like Turner, and in literature too, in particular the works of Thomas Hardy. Hardy arrived at Beanie in 1870 as an architect's apprentice, working on the repairs of the medieval church St. Juliot's. He lodged in the rectory, where he met and fell in love with his future wife, Emma. Tonight, the rectory is going to be my home.
What a beautiful house. It's won my heart straight away. And this garden must be absolutely at its best, covered in daffodils, all waving in the March breeze. So beautiful. Hello.
Welcome, Michael.
Hello, Sally.
How wonderful that you're here at the same sort of time of year as when Thomas Hardy first came in 1870.
It's absolutely beautiful. What a fabulous house.
It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yes, yes. How is it that you have it?
My great-grandfather was rector here during the last war, and when the Church of England sold it in 1956, my grandparents were house hunting and bought it.
And have you changed much inside the rectory?
Very little.
Really?
And so when Hardy talks about, in a poem, stepping through the casement windows onto the clammy lawn, we know which was the dining room and where he'd have done that.
How absolutely marvellous.
It's wonderful, yes.
By the way, why the bell?
The bell? People arrive here and say, isn't it wonderful, Thomas Hardy rang this? And I have to say, sorry, no, my father rescued that from a shipwreck and brought it back as a present for his parents-in-law.
Are we going to step inside? Will that be all right?
Absolutely, of course.
And
yes.
shall I ring the bell as we go through?
Oh, go on then.
It's not bad luck or anything.
Oh, not at all. The dog might bark.
Before I settle in for the night, there's time to discover a bit more about the extraordinary history of this house.
Ah, that looks lovely.
I bet you fancy a cup of tea.
I certainly do. Get warm. Thank you very much.
And I've got something to show you.
Oh.
Photograph here of the rectory as it was in 1870. Emma in white, her sister Helen on the chair, and this was Emma's room up here where you're staying, and then the room that Mr. Hardy would have stayed in was the one above the porch.
What did Hardy write here then?
This is A Pair of Blue Eyes, a very autobiographical book about an architect wooing as it was then, the daughter of a vicar.
And which poems?
Between 30 and 40 poems can be directly linked back to here. Certainly the Frozen Greenhouse, written about the conservatory there, Out at the end of the garden, there's a lookout, which has always been known as Hardy's Seat, and they were out there courting during the Franco-Prussian Wars, reading about these terrible bloody battles in far-off places where it just seemed that the countryside and the world here was peace and quiet. And that's recalled in a poem called In the Time of Breaking of Nations.
This is such a lovely garden, and what an amazing sunset today.
It's going to be wonderful, isn't it?
And the way that cloud is lit up, it reminds me of a Spanish classical painting. You can imagine a virgin in blue ascending into the heavens towards that, couldn't you?
Absolutely fantastic, yes.
Come the end of the day, I am so exhausted. I'm fairly used to walking, but not the ups and downs of Devon and Cornwall. And today, that chill really penetrated the bones, and the wind was very strong, and the mud made the climbing that much more difficult. I'm absolutely ready for my bed.
Morning dawns to bad weather and angry seas. And the path ahead is even more challenging, with rough and rocky surfaces, sudden drops, and steep gradients.
Oh my goodness, I thought there was someone ahead in a day-glow jacket, but actually it is a life ring. So clearly there's a danger that you tumble off here into the roaring torrent, and you hope that someone's up here to throw you the lifesaver.
It's right for you at the moment.
Yes, we're lucky. Is this your regular walk?
Yes.
You're never afraid of tumbling into a canyon?
No.
What, even
No,
when
not
it's
at all.
slippery and muddy and raining?
No, you just have to be careful. Patsy.
So the Patsy and you do it every morning?
We do it many days. We live very close, so it's very easy.
And you never tire of it. I mean,
Never.
This is world quality scenery, isn't it?
The path this morning leads me to the ancient harbour of Boscastle, which in 2004 was almost swept away, but not by the sea. From there I'll shelter in Rocky Valley, before hiking on Bodmin Moor. My North Cornish adventure ends at Tintagel, one of Cornwall's most spectacular historic sites, steeped in myth and legend.
Whoa! There she blows. Huge amounts of surf are coming in. There must be a subterranean hole there. It's forced down into it and comes out with explosive energy. Wonderful sight. I think the old pilgrims, their way was meant to be mainly about hardship, but they must have had their rewards too. You suddenly round a bend and you're confronted with awesome nature and the achievements of man too, because the sea is in a boiling rage today. And with each sweep of each wave, the tide is trying to get at the harbour wall, but the harbour wall looks like it's endured and seen off 1,000 such onslaughts.
These ancient sea defences have protected the fishing village of Boscastle since Elizabethan times. It's the only working harbour for 20 miles along this treacherous North Cornish coast.
It's like walking into history. So many beautifully preserved old buildings. Absolutely charming.
Which might go some way to explaining why Harbour Master Chris has spent his life living and fishing here.
Hello,
Hi.
Chris.
Pleased to meet you.
I'm Michael.
Very pleased to meet you, Michael.
Have you got a hat?
No, but I've got a hood.
Good. Pretty blowy today.
Yeah, very blowy. We had a severe gale last night, and we've got a huge swell running today, about 15 foot outside the harbour, breaking about 600 metres off the shore.
It's dramatic to look at.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in a boat, though.
You would not. Oh, you get a bit of shelter here from the harbour wall,
Well, there's
you?
a little bit of shelter and there's a bit of lee here. I mean, we've got quite a lot of the storm still going back over the top of us at the moment.
We certainly have. When did you take up fishing?
I started when I was about 13 or 14. I grew up in Port Isaac. All the boys in Port Isaac were always cadging to get a ride on a boat. And I had my own boat when I was 14 and I kept lobster pots. And I've kept lobster pots every year since then.
Talking of which, what sort of seafood do you produce here?
Well, it's lobsters and crabs and spider crabs. We line for mackerel and pollock, and there's bass as well to be caught.
Why are you clutching a pair of boots?
We catch conger eels from time to time. And these are steel toe-capped. And that's pretty handy if you drop a lobster pot on your foot. But equally, if a conger eel gets your foot, it won't let go. It's got raked back teeth. So a pair of very solid boots are quite a good thing to have.
And the harbour itself is fantastically preserved.
I mean, the harbour wall is said to have been built during the Elizabethan period and was weathered, well, several hundred years of this kind of thing.
It's thought that the wall was built by slaves, captured from the Spanish Armada, and that these vertical stones reinforce and strengthen it, enabling the harbour to withstand centuries of being pounded by the ocean. But on August the 16th, 2004, the threat wasn't from the Atlantic, it came from above. Torrential rain over Bodmin Moor resulted in a terrifying flash flood as 2 million tonnes of water tore through Boscastle, taking with it buildings, bridges, roads, and 115 vehicles. Thankfully, no lives were lost.
Here, all the boats were wrecked, really. My own boat was down here on this closest mooring, and it had turned over. After the event, we walked down the valley, and there were trout hanging in the trees because they'd been swept out of the local trout farm, and they were stuck hanging in the trees. And there were sheep in the river. It's just completely sort of opposite to what you expect.
Yes. I suppose you have a pretty strong respect for nature.
Well, I think everybody does, don't they?
You say that. I mean, I live in the middle of a city. We're scarcely affected by nature at all, actually. I mean, no, seriously, you know, we don't get very much snow. The temperature's normally 3 or 4 degrees higher than elsewhere. So, actually, no, I don't have to think about nature very much.
Well, I think about it every day.
Despite how tough life can be in these small fishing villages, people like Chris clearly wouldn't swap it for anything.
Ah. Oof. Lovely. Oh, that's good and warm. Despite the ingenuity of meteorologists, I'm pleased to say they're sometimes wrong. There's been a bit of rain, but actually now it's really nice. And this warms the cockles, wherever they are.
A few miles inland from Boscastle is Bodmin Moor, where I've arranged to meet a man who has endured tough conditions and understands hardship. To reach him involves a tricky path through the aptly named Rocky Valley.
Alone with my thoughts, snippets from childhood keep coming to me, and this vale makes me think of the psalm, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, yet I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and staff comfort me still." And in this last year, we really have walked in the valley of the shadow of death because of the pandemic. But I think that it's made us think about life and to focus on the need to enjoy what we have and to live for the day.
That's absolutely true of the person I'm heading to meet, who's lived on Bodmin Moor for 6 decades. At one time, all of its 80 square miles would have been under forest, but over thousands of years, it's been repeatedly cleared for farming, leaving behind a landscape of granite tors, peat bogs, and heathland.
Hello,
Hello,
Robin.
welcome.
You are looking fighting fit.
I am. Better than ever.
Should we go for a little stroll?
Yes.
And you can introduce me to our companions.
This is Elsa and Maisie and Myrtle, who are mother and daughter.
Hello there.
Very bracing day.
Yeah. Robin, give me the lie of the land.
Well, this is Bodmin Moor. Not the biggest of the moors, but I think the most beautiful. And that's Router on the left. Spelt Rough Tor. And Brown Willie on the right. It's the highest we have in Cornwall. Not that high, but it's the best we got.
Robin is one of our greatest living explorers, who in over 50 years has led more than 30 expeditions, including the first land crossing of South America. And his charity, Survival International, has campaigned to protect tribal groups in some of the world's remotest places. But just last year, he faced one of the toughest challenges of his life.
I was one of the first people to go down with COVID. I was in coma for 5 weeks, extremely ill, and very nearly died. They said I had a 5% chance and rang my family up and said, you better get prepared for the worst because he isn't going to make it. And the reason I recovered, the reason I came out of my coma was that I was wheeled into this wonderful healing garden. And I actually experienced the healing power of nature firsthand. I mean, I thought it was all very wacky-backy country to people with beards and sandals, but actually it works. And so I decided to raise £100,000 for a healing garden in Cornwall by climbing Brown Willie.
So a man, forgive me, in his 80s who had COVID in March, was able to climb Brown Willie in October?
Well, I was so weak when I came out of hospital on a Zimmer frame, I could barely walk 3 yards. But the power of walking is very important. It was St. Augustine, I think, who said, solvitur ambulatum. It is all solved by walking. Walking is the great cure for most of man's ills. Everybody should go for long walks. Think about life.
What I do find is that the unaccustomed solitude means that all sorts of things drift up from the well of my life, of my experience. Things are popping to the surface that I didn't even know were down there.
I think solitude is one of the great experiences that so many people don't experience nowadays. And in my travels, I've often been 200 or 300 miles from the nearest other person.
Yes. No, I've not had anything like the experiences that you have. And indeed, my life has been extremely gregarious.
But life should all be about contrast. And the extreme contrast of gregariousness is total solitude. And try it.
Yes, I go with that. And by the way, you offer a pretty good contrast of a man who recently was close to death and is now the very vision of life and heartiness. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The sea. The sea. We often talk of Britain as an island nation, but if you live in a big city, it doesn't mean very much to you. But now that I've discovered that just in this corner of England, there's a coastal path that runs 600 miles, you begin to get a feel for how important the water is, how important it always has been to our island.
As I reach the end of this leg of my hike along the southwest coast path, I'm at one of Cornwall's top destinations, which in a normal year would see almost 250,000 visitors.
Wow. The most wonderful view over towards Tintagel Castle.
Perched on this dramatic headland, it's easy to see how these ruins became associated with the legend of King Arthur, who, according to medieval myths, defended the Celts against Saxon invaders in the 5th and 6th centuries.
I'm king of the castle, as we used to say as kids when we got to the top of a piece of rock. Any invader who arrived from Ireland or Wales would surely be dashed to pieces here on the rocks, but just in case, the castle has been built impregnably at the very top of a cliff. King Arthur is but a legend, yet Tintagel Castle is solid enough, so there must be real history too.
To get to Tintagel village, I've one final ascent into yet another blustery headwind. There I'm meeting a woman who speaks Welsh, her mother's tongue, and also speaks, writes and sings in Cornish, her father's, to explain to me how language has shaped the people here.
Gwenno, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Well, I'm just delighted to meet you. What a fantastic spot. This church is gorgeous, isn't it?
It's beautiful. It's been here for a very, very long time.
Is Cornish your first language?
Yeah, I mean, it's my home language in the way that Welsh is my home language, and obviously they're cousin languages as Brittonic languages.
So Brittonic languages,
Yes.
so that links you to Brittany as well.
Absolutely, yes, and that's lovely for me because it connects you to the continent, and it just reinforces this idea of movement of people, which for me is what, this is what human beings are all about. We move around quite a bit.
You're linked also to the west of Scotland, to Ireland, and even to Galicia in northwest Spain, yes?
Exactly. My dad always says, Cornwall's like the spaghetti junction in the Middle Ages.
Yes. You sing in Cornish, and that's had quite an impact, hasn't it? Particularly on young people.
As an artist, what gave me so much confidence to really explore the language with my music was that I could feel and I could sense that there was more and more confidence within Cornwall about using the language. And I feel like I've just tapped into that in a way because, in the past 20 years of me making music, I've just seen this huge surge in people using the language.
A century ago, the Cornish language had almost died out. Today, there are estimated to be 13,000 native speakers, partly due to the likes of Gwenno reclaiming it.
How many different words would you use to describe yourself culturally, ethnically, nationally?
My perspective is Celtic. My languages are Welsh and Cornish. And actually, my identity is so tied into my languages because the way that we communicate is the way that we really, really, truly understand the world, and it's actually the way that we create our communities as well. And I definitely feel most myself in Welsh and in Cornish.
Before parting, Gwenno and I enjoy the most dramatic view of Tintagel Castle from the towering cliff opposite.
Wow. What a spot to settle, eh?
It is very, very special, isn't it?
I'm just in awe of the idea of building there. It's incredible, isn't it?
What about a few words of Cornish to describe it?
Well, the Cornish language to me reflects its landscape. It's direct, very to the point. So, a ddiwn môr garw. The sea is rough, and tir yw fel. The land is cruel. Mes yn gweil yw sblan, but the view is wonderful.
There's a lot of expression in those words.
If you're trying to communicate with someone in this kind of weather, you haven't got the time to mess around, you know?
Well, maybe we've messed around in this wind for long enough. What do you think?
True.
From where I live in London, Cornwall seems very remote. I think it takes me as long to get here as to my house in Spain. I am both British and Spanish. And it's fun being two such different things. But before the Industrial Revolution, Cornwall wasn't remote. Communications were by sea, and it was at the heart of a Celtic world of Atlantic peoples. And in the ancient world, it was possible to be completely culturally distinct and yet wholly interdependent. And that's true of the modern world as well. So, I've left North Cornwall behind. I'm now on the south coast. The Atlantic has been left behind. And if that means I'm no longer battered by those gales, I shall be very happy. But I did wonder whether it could possibly be as beautiful in the south as in the north. And so far, very good. It's absolutely superb. Beautiful. It's a wonderfully calm morning. The sea is absolutely gentle and flat, and I can hear the sounds of the gulls who are actually circling around a tiny fishing boat. This feels a world away from my London life, where my morning walks are flat and paved. I have a very slight injury, I think, to my thigh, which sometimes makes going uphill a bit painful. So I'm sometimes a bit limping when I'm going uphill, but it seems to come and go just like that. But I suppose probably the best way to deal with it is just to keep walking, I think.
The third leg of my little southwest coastal odyssey will follow the western shore of Cornwall's biggest natural harbour, Mounts Bay. I'll begin just beyond Land's End at Cribber Head, then drop down to the tiny fishing fleet at Penberth Cove. After that, my path follows a rocky granite shoreline of steep-sided inlets, before reaching Lamorna, renowned as an artist's colony. From there, my route will take me through some of Cornwall's historic fishing towns, Mousehole, Newlyn, and neighbouring Penzance. There, I'll detour onto an ancient pilgrim's route to the island of St. Michael's Mount. Named after the patron saint of fishermen and connected to the mainland by a 12th century granite causeway.
Penberth Cove. Looks like time stopped still. Tiny fishing boats, just a cluster of houses, a slipway. Really idyllic.
My first stop is one of the few Cornish communities still making its living from the sea. I'm about to meet a man who's the last in a family line of fishermen going back 4 generations.
Robert, hello, I'm Michael.
Good morning, Michael.
Very good to see you. What an amazing day.
Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic.
And what a lovely place. It's so well preserved.
Yeah, we're lucky, aren't we?
Yeah, you certainly are.
My dad had a brother, Teddy, and he said, well, what happened? The Lord made the world in 7 days. On the Monday, he thought, I wonder what I could do if I really tried. He made this place, which I think sums it up. You know,
it is.
We're in paradise.
It is absolutely stunning to look out at this gleaming sea with the sun above. That silhouette of the two fishermen in their boat. I mean, it's a sort of classic painting.
Oh, it is. That's Michael and James. They're working nets.
What surprises me is how tiny the boats are here. Can fishing survive at that level?
It'll struggle, because, I mean, the thing is that the people left here now, there's only one young man. James, his dad is 80. Matt's the same age as me, he's 75. Teddy's 70. I retired. So they're not going to go on for much longer. The future doesn't look good unless some young people actually come here to work.
What kind of catch can you
Well, they fish
bring in?
for mackerel, for lobsters, crabs, and that's been the fishery here for, well, since the First World War, really. Before that, there was a pilchard fishery here.
For over a century, communities along Cornwall's coast earned their livelihoods from pilchards. Huge shoals arrived in the late summer, and fleets set sail at dusk, loaded with nets up to 450 metres long to haul them in. At the industry's peak in 1847, 8,000 tonnes, around 122 million fish, were landed in one season alone.
Now, the pilchards didn't happen every day. Sometimes it didn't happen for a couple of years. But it was huge earnings when it did happen. My great-grandfather, he had a new boat made. It cost £30. When these fish were caught, men actually picked up £90.
My goodness.
Well, you can imagine.
Three times what a boat cost.
Yes. And one of the men in Potquara, he built a new house with his share.
After the Second World War, tinned pilchards fell out of fashion. But in recent years, there's been a push to rebrand them as Cornish sardines.
Now, he's coming in. I'll go and pull him up. I'll work the winch, if you don't mind.
Robert claims to be retired, but as soon as he saw a fishing boat coming in, he ran off to see whether he could work the winch to help them in. It's a very small community, and clearly it works very tightly together.
Hello. Michael and James are the only remaining father and son team fishing from this cove.
No complaints about the waves today, I imagine?
No.
Nice and calm.
Brilliant. Making a living. We had a few lobsters, we put them in store pot, and we had some spider crabs in this one.
How long have you been fishing?
Well, it's my 55th year.
Of fishing?
Yeah. I'll be 83 in 2 months. I'm the boy now. I just do what I'm told now.
Oh, you're the junior now, are you?
Yeah.
So you're the only young person in fishing now?
Down
in
here,
this
yeah.
cove, yeah. There's a few in Newland. Not very many. You can count them on your hand.
Do you feel like an endangered species then?
It's getting that way.
The cove, it seems to be a very special place.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't live anywhere else. Nowhere better. Right, we better go and do another one. You come along if you want.
Can I come along?
Yeah, if you want.
Amazing.
And if this coast looks as handsome from the sea as it does from the cliffs, I'm in for a treat. I'm in Penberth Cove in southwest Cornwall, on my third leg around the southwest coast path.
Beautiful.
Where I've joined father and son fishermen Michael and James as they haul in the catch of the day, spider crabs.
What a beautiful coastline, wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic.
That's where all the spiders are.
Although it's early in the season, according to James, the spider crabs are marching across the seabed beneath us, ready to breed in the shallow waters.
So what's the market for them? Is it the restaurants?
There's not much demand over here at the minute. For some reason, people don't like the look of a spider crab. They're a bit alien looking.
But you are fishing them, so who is it that's going to have them?
There's been quite a lot that's shipped out to Italy and Spain and France.
Okay.
Here we go.
This is the most rugged and spectacular coast. And you get a feel for it when you're on the coast path. But boy, when you get a couple of 100 yards from the coast and you see a sweep of it, I mean, it really looks primitive, extraordinary. You can't believe that human beings dwell anywhere near here.
This westernmost tip of Cornwall was formed almost 280 million years ago from a huge slab of granite that created 40 miles of continuous, rugged sea cliffs, which my route will follow today.
Here come the crabs. Well, that first one's a good size. Must be a good kilo. You're keeping yourself well clear of the pinchers, aren't you, I hope? Well, he's going to get a double grip on you if you're not careful. And they really look as if they could do some damage.
It's a little bit too small for us.
I had no idea it was going to be so hands-on.
Yeah.
Do you like working with your son?
Yeah, brilliant. Why, we have a bit of tiffs now and again, but it's all gone in 2 minutes.
James, are you worried about being the last man standing, the last fisherman in the cove?
Yeah, well, I've grown up in the cove and always been around it, so it'd be nice to keep it going for as long as I can. There's a bit too much work on your own, really. Well, I'm pretty stubborn, so I'll make a good try of it anyway.
James's determination to follow in his father's footsteps is admirable. But without more young people like him, it's difficult to see how the local fishing industry will survive.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was a great trip.
It's quite all right. Better than riding on the train, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the face of it, my life couldn't be more different from James's and Michael's. However, like James, the path that I've taken also owes a lot to my father.
It was my parents who got me interested in politics. If I'd been asked when I was very young what I wanted to be, I would have said Prime Minister. But my father's experience of politics had been a very sad one indeed, because he was involved in the Spanish Civil War on the losing side, with 5 brothers fighting on the other side. And it was catastrophic for him, broke his life in 2 because he had to leave Spain, leave his parents and his brothers and sisters behind. Also, my father was a pacifist. He really believed that all our differences should be resolved not by killing each other, but by argument and debate. So that left me with 2 very strong impressions, that there must be something very important about democracy for my father to value it so much, even though he'd lost so much in his life. And secondly, a love of words, a love of debate, which of course has guided my life.
The slopes ahead don't compare to the dizzying heights of the cliffs on the north coast. But that doesn't mean that they're not challenging.
Another bit of slithery rock to go up. This is quite demanding. Also, the rocks are slippery and angled. And it's a pretty sheer drop down into the sea below. But it's a very good walk. I can feel my heart racing a bit. Oof.
A mile further on, the path drops down to another hidden inlet at Lamorna.
Wow. The sea here is a beautiful green in this late winter, very angular light. And after Pemberth, I hadn't expected to see another very pretty cove.
The slopes of this cove contain a clue to its history as a quarry. For 60 years from 1849, Lamorna granite was used for the construction of lighthouses, harbours and piers around southern England, the Scilly Isles and London's Thames embankment. As the quality of the stone declined, the quarrying eventually ceased, and the cove was colonised by painters, drawn to its rugged landscape. Today, the valley is still home to artists, including Phil.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Michael. Welcome.
Very good to see you. You're a sculptor.
Yes, yeah. And most of the work, I wouldn't say all of it, but most of the work has some connection with landscape without really depicting them literally.
I'm seeing a lovely railway bridge there, but that's probably not intended.
Well, I don't normally let out of the bag exactly what,
No, that's fine.
Where things originated, but this piece of work developed from a waterfall.
A waterfall?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not hearing a Cornish accent, am I?
No. It's Yorkshire via Japan.
And you spent quite a long time there?
Ultimately 12 years, yeah.
How are you finding Lamorna? What does Lamorna do for your art?
It's quite interesting living in a place where there was quite an energetic group of artists working. It's a nice, quiet place to work, really. And it's close to the kind of landscapes that really motivate me, which are the more rugged landscapes that you find towards Land's End.
Yeah, I've seen some of those extraordinary rock faces.
They're fantastically beautiful forms, things. And encountering that and embedding myself in here just enabled me to move the work on into something much more visually inspiring, let's say. If you look on the outside above the door, there's a little notice in Japanese which says Gokuraku, which means paradise. So this is my paradise.
Wonderful.
Phil has made this stark and beautiful coast his life's work. But walking these rugged cliffs, strewn with boulders, is a real struggle. And my thigh is aching.
I hate it. Every footstep is torment.
I've more than a mile to go before I can hang up my boots for the night. If I make it, that is.
Here, the coastal path scarcely deserves the name because it's just slabs of rock which are angled and very slippery and very sharp, and there's no option but to slither down and resume your way. Hello. You having a nice walk today?
Yeah, it's really nice, yeah.
You local people?
More or less, we live in Penzance.
Do you?
Yeah.
We've been coming here for the last 30 years.
You're Spanish?
Yes.
I can tell that, you see, straight away. Hola, ¿qué tal?
Bien, ¿y tú?
Muy bien, muy bien. So in northwest Spain, you also have a Land's End, you have a Finisterre.
That is quite similar. I'm from Santander, so
Uh-huh.
I walk there quite a lot.
How do you compare the two?
Like 30 years ago, it was almost similar to this. But it's getting developed, more and more developed. It's more difficult to find places like this now.
Yes.
No hotels, no life. It's just the local people, no?
This is sort of a miracle, isn't it?
This is just incredible. So I'm still amazed, after all this time. How can this exist? It's an amazing place.
Well, guys, have a wonderful walk. It was such a pleasure talking to you.
Yes, you too.
Bye-bye now.
Good journey.
Buen camino.
Just around the next headland is a world I'm more comfortable in. A Cornish fishing village, Mousel.
We know from medieval records of taxation that much more was paid on fish in Mousel than in nearby places like Newlyn and Penzance. In other words, Mousel was a big and successful fishing port when those other places were little villages. And now there's hardly a boat to be seen.
Today, Mousel relies on tourists and second homers, though that comes at a cost.
This issue is very, very controversial. If people are only here for a few days or a week or two a year, it hollows out the community. I think Cornwall is kind of looking for something else. It doesn't want to rest its entire economy on tourism. It's certainly been the victim of its own success. I mean, it's not just that these places are beautiful, it is that they are so well preserved. And unlike almost anywhere that I can think of in the world, despite the influx of hundreds of thousands of tourists, the places have not been ruined, they have not been altered beyond recognition, and they maintain their spirit and their essence.
With 6 miles of rough and twisting path behind me, I'm glad of the chance to stop, knowing that tomorrow it will be a lot flatter. The day breaks over Cornwall's Penwith Peninsula, England's most westerly region.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful bay.
And I'm rewarded with my first full view of Mounts Bay and a shoreline that stretches almost 28 miles from end to end.
So, Newlyn, Penzance, St. Michael's Mount, and I think that long finger over there must be the Lizard. If you've ever wondered why the southwest coastal path is so long, it's because the English coastline is not straight. Look at this enormous U-bend that I got myself into. That would be so quick by boat, a long way by foot.
From Newlyn, I'll follow the harbour via Penzance onto the historic port of Marazion. There I'll detour onto an ancient pilgrim's path, ending at the medieval shrine of St. Michael's Mount. My first port of call long ago succeeded Mousel as one of England's busiest fishing harbours, with up to 600 vessels landing over 40 types of fish every day.
But Newlyn is now the only major fishing harbour in all of Cornwall. In fact, there's precious little fishing left anywhere in the southwest of England. And so although this port does look busy, it's just a shadow of what the industry used to be before. There are all sorts of industries which have gone, but fishing is different because we still eat fish, or rather the world eats fish. Well, the problem seems to be the British don't eat very much fish. So if we got back to eating food from the sea, we could see this reproduced all over the country. 100 years ago, Newlin's fishermen lived in a neighbourhood just above the harbour. Until their community faced a threat. Not from tourists or incomers, but the local council. There, I've arranged to meet Mike, a local writer and journalist.
We're actually going in here, Michael.
It's like going through a little garage and into a different world.
Yes, absolutely.
Heavens, Mike. The casual tourist will not find this.
No, it's very well tucked away. It's traffic-free, so nothing comes through here. And it's strictly just local housing, exactly as it used to be.
I hate to say that it's like a film set, but it sounds a bit naff, but it is like stepping into the past, isn't it?
It's so unspoiled, isn't it? It's
brilliant.
Yeah, but Penzance Council earmarked all this lovely area that you're looking at now as being unfit for human habitation and should be completely destroyed and replaced with nice new blocks of flats.
350 homes were listed for demolition, with many residents rehoused to a new estate further up the hill. But a local school of artists took up the fight to save the houses and masterminded a protest that captured the nation's imagination. On the 19th of October 1937, a 50-foot Newlyn lugger called the Rosebud set sail for Parliament, crewed by local fishermen. 2 days later, they sailed up the Thames, cheered on by well-wishers from the banks and bridges, and presented a petition to the housing minister, calling for the neighbourhood to be saved and making national news headlines.
And with all that publicity, Parliament had to pay attention and the district was saved, is that right?
Well, I was wondering if you had any insight on what you'd have done in those circumstances.
Oh, yeah, I can give you my insight. I would buckle with all that publicity.
But what actually happened was, it was 1938 by then, and war was coming. The War Office sent round to all local boroughs and said, do you happen to have any empty property? And Penzance Borough Council had to very embarrassedly say, yes, about a village full. And they said, fine, we'll have it. Penzance said, no, we've classed it as unfit for human occupation. And the War Office, you'll like this, the War Office came back and said, OK, it's not fit for humans, but what about foreigners? And that's what happened.
What sort of foreigners?
Belgians and French. And Penzance had to go about putting in the running water and drainage that they said they couldn't possibly do. And so by the end of the war, of course, nobody felt like demolishing any more property.
And then the paradox that the Second World War, that destroyed so many houses, played a part in saving these.
Yes, and the ultimate paradox is that they're now in a conservation area, so the very council that once wanted to knock them down is now stopping anybody from doing anything to them at all.
It's a very British story.
It's a very British story.
There's a rather sick joke that local authorities have done far more to destroy the heritage of Britain than the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, ever did. And I'm afraid that statistically that's almost certainly true. But incidents like the Rosebud, the fight to save this area of Newlyn, did have their effect over time, so that now we're much more likely to think about preservation, much less willing automatically to destroy the old, which is beautiful, and replace it with the new, which may well be hideous. Hello.
Next, my route is taking me through not only the biggest town on this leg, but the largest this far west in all of Britain.
Well, here I am in Penzance, which feels like a throbbing city by comparison with the solitary paths that I've been walking. Pretty changeable looking day, bit of sun peeking through. And my way ahead is very clear, and in particular, St. Michael's Mount, which even at this considerable distance, looks really impressive.
To reach it, I'm heading off the coastal path briefly and onto the St. Michael's Way, an ancient pilgrim's route that leads onto the mount. According to old shipping records, travellers walked overland to avoid the treacherous waters around Land's End. Joining me is someone who has mapped many of the pilgrim trails through Cornwall's holy sites.
Hello, Michael. Pretty warm welcome to Ludford Church.
Lovely to see you, Nigel. And first of all, let me just say, your rod and staff rather put mine to shame.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. This one is from Santiago.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, it was given to me by one of the parishioners who'd been there. And I've used it ever since whenever I'm going on pilgrimage to help me get through hedges and mud and all sorts of things.
The stick is a very useful thing. And I see the pilgrim here. Shall I just pose under it? You
Yes,
tell
yes.
me. Do I fit the part?
You do. You've got the wide-brimmed hat, just like the pilgrim's wearing, and the staff as well, maybe a bit smaller than his.
And I was wondering, the piece above, does that indicate heavens above him, or does it indicate shelter?
I think shelter. I think this is a place of shelter. When people were walking, they would have sheltered here at Ludgvan, either here, probably not in the church. They might have got some spiritual solace here, but probably more in the hostelry next door, the pub as it is now.
Where the beer was better.
I think so, yes, yeah.
Here for wine and there for tea.
That's it, yeah, maybe.
Sorry, probably
No,
not,
that's
not allowed to say that.
No, that's right. It's good, very good over there.
But we head off without stopping for a drink.
Would you lead the way, please?
It certainly is.
St. Michael's Mount beckons.
Well, we have a beautiful view today, don't we?
Oh, yes, it's really stunning, isn't it? It's really stunning weather. But I've got something else to show you, Michael. Just look at this. Imagine.
Oh, that is superb.
Isn't it amazing?
My pilgrim's heart has gone pitter-pat. It's a fantastic sight, isn't it?
It is. Imagine if you're a pilgrim and you're heading towards St. Michael's Mount and then you see the destination ahead of you and you know you're nearly there.
Yes, I mean, this is fantastic. I mean, I think pilgrimages have to have a climax.
So they certainly do.
I went to Santiago and you see the cathedral.
Yes.
But that just beckons the pilgrims.
Absolutely. And St. Michael's Mount was the major place of Christian pilgrimage in the medieval period. It was the place where people went to see the shrine of St. Michael.
There's still the final mile of the St. Michael's Way to cross. For hundreds of years, pilgrims walked this route from Ireland and Wales, bound for St. Michael's Mount, from where some would journey on by boat to Santiago de Compostela in Spain.
Many of them travel for love of God. They just believed that they should set off and they would go on pilgrimage to find their place of resurrection. And so sometimes when you land in this beautiful part of Cornwall, I think they must have felt that they have found their place of resurrection where they would stay and where they would set up a little cell or near a holy well, and they would start to share the gospel with the local people of Cornwall.
Nigel, you've done a lot of pilgrimages, a lot of walking. What does it mean in the modern world to do a pilgrimage?
I think we live in a world that is so complicated, isn't it? We are bombarded all the time by the internet, by phones, by emails, by social media. And sometimes it's important to just let all that go and just open yourself up to the world, really. And so for me, pilgrimage is all about a journey, but a journey where you're listening, just listen to the bird song here. So it can be a time of just rediscovery, really, of yourself, and also a time of healing, I think, as well, for many people.
Of course, looking back in time, pilgrims and time off in purgatories
Yes.
for doing a walk. And when I went to Santiago, you know, there's a little book, and you, I mean, it's a bit like trading stamps. you pick up stamps as you go
Yes.
past the
Yes.
stations and then you get to Santiago and you prove that you've done the whole way.
That's right. And I think that's something that we've developed along St Michael's Way too. And I've got you one, if I can find it in my pocket. I thought it's really important to be able to give you a stamp because we've completed this together today, this particular section. And it's got the pilgrim on that you posed by.
Thank you very much indeed. What a lovely way to end this part of the walk and to head off to St Michael's Mount. Thank you so much.
With Nigel's words in my ears, I'll make my final approach to St Michael's Mount alone. Time for contemplation and maybe even healing.
People have been using walks for centuries to achieve solitude and reflection. Interestingly, during the pandemic, people have had solitude imposed upon them. And what I found on my journey is lots of people, their lives have been slowed down and they've communicated with nature in a way that pilgrims used to. But during lockdown, they've done it without travelling hundreds of miles.
As the third leg of my trek around the southwest coast path nears its end,
glorious,
I'm offered one magnificent view after another of the medieval church that has perched on top of this granite outcrop for almost a millennium. It's still an important place for pilgrims and tourists, and in a normal year, welcomes 300,000 visitors.
The modern pilgrim doesn't need to swim across or even to wait for low tide, which would reveal a causeway. He just waits for the next amphibious vehicle. It does slightly break the medieval spell, but I'm not going to knock it. It's going to get me to St Michael's Mount. Right, on board.
The Mount is one of 43 unbridged islands that can be walked to from mainland Britain at low tide. Over the centuries, it's weathered sieges and conflicts, from the War of the Roses to the English Civil War, after which it was sold to a parliamentarian in 1659, whose family has owned it ever since. Today I'm meeting the current owner and descendant, the 5th Lord St. Leven.
Hello, James.
Well, hello, Michael.
What a splendid way to arrive anywhere.
You look well dressed, a pilgrim, really.
Well, indeed. And I was thinking, you know, how emotional it must have been for pilgrims to arrive here.
Yes, yeah. Rather surprisingly, you were let off a third of your penances when you came here.
It's extraordinary to think that people thought like that.
Yeah.
You, like a prison sentence, you got time off your time in purgatory.
Yeah.
According to how far you've walked. Is there any chance of going up and seeing the chapel?
Of course there is, yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like those pilgrims before me, I now face one final 200-foot climb to the shrine of St. Michael.
Oh, look at these. The ascent truly begins here.
Yeah, well, these are the steps that the pilgrims would have taken.
And do you know what I imagine? That some pilgrims, having walked hundreds of miles, would choose, as part of their penance, do the last part of this on their knees. Oh, completely killing trying to do that. Anyway, should we go up more conventionally on foot?
Yeah.
They say that the people of San Francisco have magnificently shaped calves because they're always going uphill. I imagine this keeps you pretty fit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, it's steep here.
And the effort is really worth it.
Oh, it gets better and better as you go up, doesn't it? gosh, the castle is huge. It is magnificent. Much, much bigger than I'd taken it to be. And then look at this evening light. Look at the sun on the water. Isn't that superb?
It's fortress, yes.
Golly. And what a fearsome range of cannon you've got here. To reduce Penzance to rubble.
Well, yes. During the Napoleonic Wars, the gun battery managed to drive a French frigate onto the Marizan beach, and we captured the guns of it.
How very exciting.
And that headland there is where St. Michael's meant to have appeared to warn Cornish fishermen off the rocks during a storm.
You'd think he would have had, I don't know, other things to do. I won't say better things to do, but very good of him to come and help Cornish fishermen.
Well, it was. He was the patron saint of fishermen and also patron saint of Cornwall, so he was a busy chap.
Shall we walk on to the castle?
Yeah.
Gosh, my pilgrim's journey is complete. Oh, it's just gorgeous. Oh, James, how beautiful. So simple and so elegant and so dignified. And I think spiritual. It's really glorious.
Yeah.
Yes, I imagine the singing and the chanting would have been magnificent here. But for those today who make the climb, and for those in centuries gone by who travel for hundreds of miles to arrive here, what a reward. Cornwall's full of villages and towns named after saints. I don't know anything about them, I just know them as place names. But it helps to understand that at one time, not just Cornwall, all of Europe was deeply religious in a way we can't understand today. But I feel today, in the tranquility of the weather and the fact that there are no crowds and no noises of traffic or aircraft, that I've had that sensation, seeing this superb rock and that wonderful chapel. I've had that sensation that they must have had centuries ago of awe. My walk resumes on the Lizard. If you imagine that claw, which is the end of the Land's End Peninsula, and I'm on this piece here on the eastern side of the Lizard, and behind me is Coverack Cove. The sea is calm and richly blue and aquamarine, and it's a glorious morning to resume my walk.
Much of today's route will be through lush landscapes, which give Cornwall some of its best-known produce, and past hidden creeks associated with pirates and smuggling. My adventure begins at the historic fishing village of Coverack, from where I'll follow the bay to a family-run dairy farm at St. Kevin. My route continues inland to the village of Prallow, spelt Port Hallow, the halfway point on the southwest coast path, before winding along to the hamlet of St. Anthony in Mennick. Tomorrow I'll round Dennis Head to the Helford River estuary, where our stop off at Frenchman's Creek, immortalised by the Daphne du Maurier novel, before crossing to Helford Passage and ending at the stunning Treba Garden. A 26-acre subtropical paradise which cascades down to its own private beach.
In this part of Cornwall, with its coves and caves and nooks and crannies and treacherous rocks, there were villains, smugglers and pirates and shipwrecks. And I loved those Cornish stories as a child. But now I kind of think, were these just tales for kids? Or were they a way of telling us that life is an adventure that must be lived to the full?
My first stop, Coverack, is a working Cornish fishing village with a rich maritime history.
Beautiful. And it's just idyllic, traditional picture.
The harbour was built in 1724 to accommodate the booming pilchard fisheries. By the turn of the 19th century, it was a notorious smuggler's port, receiving French brandy shipped from Brittany. A century later, it became associated with one of the greatest maritime disasters of its day, which the village pub is named after, and which Ian, the landlord, knows all about.
Ian,
Hello.
good to see you.
Pleased to meet you.
Wow, with lockdown, I don't think I've set foot in a pub for quite a while.
No, it's a very strange feeling for all of us, isn't it?
It is a strange feeling, and you're not allowed to serve me, so all of this is very tantalising indeed.
Yes.
You're named after a ship, by the look of it, SS Paris.
Yes. It ran aground in 1899 off Lowland Point, which you can see just out of this window behind you. And the pub was built in 1905, so that's where the name came from. Beautiful looking ship, as you can see behind me here.
Oh, yes.
The SS Paris was one of the world's most luxurious ocean liners. First-class passengers were treated to a walnut-lined smoking room, a library with stained glass windows, and a glass-domed dining room that seated 400. When it beached at Coverack in 1899 in heavy mist, it was the largest vessel ever to run aground off the English coast. Luckily, none of the 756 passengers or crew was hurt, but the ship was rebuilt and renamed the Philadelphia.
And it's quite a large pub for a smallish village. That's my first impression.
Yeah.
It plays quite a big part in the village, does it?
It is. It's the hub of the community. I think a village like this without a pub is a pretty dead village.
Yeah.
We do a lot of fundraising for the various events, local lifeboat, we do a regatta, carnival, so anything that's going on in the village, the pub is the hub.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
My path ahead runs through the village, up the hill, and round the bay. But I am drawn to the shore and that marvellous turquoise water.
This is actually a daft place to walk. I was attracted down to the beach, but actually walking on these pebbles is hard going. Oof. I can't believe you've just been in.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
I know.
I do go in every day if I can.
I don't think you were even wearing a wetsuit,
No.
were you? Wondering whether to show you a calendar so you could see it was March, but anyway. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
After a detour, I'm heading inland to a dairy farm and to a landscape quite different from what I've seen in Cornwall so far.
And I arrive in an agricultural scene where the fields are marked by wind-blown trees and by rough-made walls whose boulders have tumbled down. I think it would have looked not much different in the 18th and 19th century.
This is a part of Cornwall I've been longing to visit. With its lush grassland that makes for excellent dairy farming and supplies some of the nation's favourite Cornish produce, clotted cream and ice cream. I'm visiting a family farm that's made its living off this land for more than 60 years.
Hello, Toby.
Good morning there, Michael.
Wow, these are very, very young.
Yes,
how old are these?
They're just a few weeks old, really. We try and carve all the cows early on in the year so that they're ready to milk for the summer, really.
Oh, they're very cute. And what breed are they?
They're Jerseys, little Jersey
Lovely
calves.
brown colour.
Indeed, yeah.
The farm seems to be a farm plus. You seem to have all sorts of things going on here.
My mum used to make clotted cream, and then we've branched out into ice cream. It sort of kept on growing and growing, really.
Are you able to tear yourself away from the calves?
Yeah, certainly. I'll
That'd be
jump
lovely.
over them.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Oh, you've done that before, I think.
Once or twice, yeah.
From those humble beginnings on Toby's mum's kitchen table, the farm now makes over 400,000 litres of ice cream a year. But the production line is still surprisingly hands-on.
So,
hello, everybody. Hello. Looks like this is all on a family scale, then.
we make so many different flavours of ice cream, we're better off just filling them all by hand, really. Because we make organic ice cream and we make conventional ice cream and we can do vegan ice cream.
Is it really quite a big part of the business now, the ice cream making?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally turns over about 10 times as much as the dairy farm does,
Right.
but it uses all the milk from our dairy farm. Would you like to have a go at filling some pots?
Yeah, I would. I'd like to have a go at that.
Tom was making it look quite easy there, but it's actually a little harder than you think. The hopping across to the next one is the difficult bit.
Difficult bit, yeah. Comes very, very fast, doesn't it? Pretty
Yeah,
much
that'll
full.
do. And now hop across. Whoop, there we go. It's one of these jobs. Once you've done it quite a few times, you kind of get the hang of it. You're doing really well there, actually. Yeah.
Filling up
And
the
then if you can
sides
do
here.
a zigzag on the end.
Boom.
Yeah, very good. No, you're looking professional at this already.
There
Look
we
at
go.
that.
Hello.
So this one is caramel crunch that we're making at the moment.
Oh, how delicious. It's one of these processes that never stops. It's like the Sorcerer's Apprentice. You're rushing
That's
to
right.
keep up with it. Oh!
Perfect.
Knew that was going to happen then. Is all this milk from your own farm?
Oh yes, yeah. We pipe the milk up to here. We then actually separate it to concentrate the skim milk. So it means we don't buy in any skim milk powder or any cream. It's all our own milk that goes into it.
That is very nice. So you can be absolutely sure about the origin of all of this.
Exactly, yes, yeah.
Tom, now I've shown you the ropes, you can take over. Thank you very
Very
much. Marvellous.
Toby's farm covers 200 acres and runs right down to the coast, towards which I'm now headed to help move the dairy herd to fresh pastures. I'm on the Lizard in Cornwall, hiking the fourth leg of my Southwest Coast Path adventure.
On a glorious sunny day.
And I've stopped off to help farmer Toby
Very handsome herd.
round up his dairy herd of 125 Jersey damsels and move them onto their next pasture.
Do they change field very often, or do they go
Oh,
back?
every day they have a new patch of grass every day, yes,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
We kind of rotate them around, so that means that he's had about 28 days to grow again.
What a curious sight we are, aren't we?
Indeed. Come along, ladies, come along. On you go now, hop up.
On you go.
Hey, girls.
On you go.
On you go now, hop up. On you go. Good girls.
There we are. They found their way.
Come along, ladies. Hop up.
So you have quite a large number of fields that you can rotate them around, and they're all divided by these lovely hedges.
That's right, yeah. We're actually in one of the largest fields in right now, but some of the fields are only an acre and a half sort of in size, really, which these days is absolutely tiny as fields go.
Cornwall's mild and wet climate is ideal for producing fields of verdant grass like these. But Toby has his eye on other crops too.
Do you think that you'll have to be moving away from milk products? Do you think veganism is going to be the thing of the future?
Well, it's certainly been interesting. We've started producing vegan ice cream for the last few years, and I'd say it's almost 10% of what we produce right now. It'd be fascinating to kind of grow some other products on the farm, like oats to make ice cream from, really.
Really is a gorgeous view, sloping down to the sea, and the light is falling beautifully on your cows now. So this is the Cornwall that you love.
Yes, I did go to university up at High Wycombe. I got to learn how much concrete there was in the world, how many cars there were in the world, and every time I drove back, as I got nearer, it seemed to get greener and greener and greener, and you know, I just knew that this is where I wanted to be, really.
But if you look out here in 50 years' time, would you think it might look the same?
Cornwall used to be a wooded, treed area, so I'd love to see more trees in Cornwall, really. I think trees should be a good part of what farming becomes in the years to come.
Nice thought.
Ahead of me, I face a trek across the fields until I rejoin the path onto my next destination, the village of Prallo. But the ominous skies don't bode well.
Weather changes here by the instant. Over there, and that just missed me, is a tremendous rainstorm. Here is the division, blue sky this side. I feel very lucky not to have been caught by that squall, but another one might be on its way. Wish me luck.
The village of Prallo was a major fishing port in the 14th century, when salted pilchards were one of Cornwall's main exports. The pilchard industry may be gone, but sea salt is still harvested here. And today, the village marks a significant milestone along the path.
Southwest Coast Path midway marker, 315 miles. So, you start out in Somerset, you go all the way around. You would think that Land's End would be your midpoint, but no, you have to keep all the way to the Lizard. And then you've still got 315 miles to go before the trail ends in Dorset. Admirable people who do it all.
Some people do manage to walk the entire 630 miles, which takes about 7 weeks to complete. But there are others for whom that's just far too long.
Hello.
Hi.
Excuse me. I saw you bounding up the steps and along the beach. You're in training?
Yes, I'm training I'm going to try and run the whole of the Southwest Coast Path.
The whole of the Southwest Coast?
Yes, and try and set the women's fastest known time.
What do you hope to do it in?
So at the moment there isn't a female solo record, but there's a women's time for a mixed pairs record, and that's 14.5 days. So in an ideal world, I'd kind of beat that time.
24, 25 marathons, roughly speaking, right?
Yeah.
That would be an amazing achievement.
50 miles a day. So the idea is that I'll keep moving for 16 hours a day, and then I'll sort of sleep here, kip down here for sort of 5 to 6 hours a night. Ali will come in and kind of give me provisions.
Provisions will be what? Takeaways? Well, 'cause, I mean, you can't cook much on that.
Yeah, maybe the odd bag of chips from the. It's as varied diet as possible, really.
Why are you doing it?
I know I can run a marathon. I know I can run an ultra marathon. I've never tried to run 630 miles before. The challenge is only a challenge if you're not sure you can do it.
It's an adventure if you
It's an adventure.
if you're not sure what the outcome will be.
Well, I take my hat off to you. That is amazing. But I was talking to you in the sun. Now it appears to be hailing. Actually, it's hailing and it's sun simultaneously.
Absolutely, that's very Cornish.
That is Cornish, is it?
Yes.
I think I might seek shelter.
I think you should too. Joy.
Bye-bye.
Nice to see you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Huh. Wow, that's not good.
One thing I've learned in Cornwall is that the next weather front is never far away.
There's a lot of mud. Not the best.
With another 4 miles to cover before nightfall, much of my route runs above the shoreline. And I wonder how those 19th century coast guards managed to police the smugglers' caves and coves below.
Oh, that's a lovely view, no? Aha! Very occasionally, the coastal path departs inland, and so it's a pleasure to see the sea again. Today's been quite stormy, but you wouldn't know it from the sea. Flat calm again, and the blue sky is now reflected in the water. It's the most wonderful colour. Water's incredibly clean. You can see the rocks through it.
My next rendezvous is at the hamlet of St. Anthony in Mennick, where, story has it, the medieval church was built by shipwrecked Norman knights who survived a stormy crossing from France and washed up on the beach. Which is where I've been promised a very special tipple to toast the end of my 7th day's walking with 2 local lads who've taken to brewing an ancient Cornish drink.
Well, hello there. Hello, I'm Michael.
Hi.
Good to see you both.
Yeah, good to see you too. Harry. Ben.
What a cheerful little scene.
Yeah, we're making shrub.
Aha, and what's that?
It's a cordial.
Really?
Yeah, it dates back to the late 17th century. And it's a very traditional drink that's Cornish, that's mixed with dark rum.
It's not alcoholic itself?
It's not alcoholic itself.
Okay, so what goes into it?
Got lots of oranges, lemons.
Locally sourced rock samphire.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Grows around the coast of Cornwall.
And what kind of a taste does that give it?
It's kind of a peppery sort of taste.
Uh-huh.
And this is our spices. So we've got star anise, cinnamon, coriander, allspice, pepper, and then lots of sugar.
Ah.
There's one more thing, which is the sea salt, which is added in just to give it that authentic taste.
Why does this cordial originate here, do you think? Because this is, well, Samphire is local, but the spices would have been from abroad, I suppose.
They would, and Cornwall was so well connected to the Far East in those days that these spices were available from traders coming to here. The same with oranges and lemons. And it goes back to the days of smuggling.
By the 18th century, smuggling was rife along this coast, particularly tobacco, tea and spirits, which were heavily taxed by the government. 500,000 gallons of French brandy was smuggled into Cornwall's coves each year, and up to 80% of all the tea drunk was contraband. The barrels of spirits would often get tainted with seawater when they were brought ashore. And so shrub was created to mix with the salty contraband and disguise the taste of the sea.
In a way, it's one of the first kind of mixers.
Yeah.
Predating the American cocktail
I know it's a bit unfair because it's meant to steep for 2 weeks. But do you think if I tried that, I would get any idea of the flavour of it?
You would, yeah, we could try some.
I'd love to.
You can just add this straight away to rum. It's ready to drink. But we like to add some soda water and ice. It's a little bit of a more sophisticated drink.
Okay, I think I can handle sophisticated.
A slice of orange, garnished with some samphire.
There you go.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Oh, that's very nice. It's really delicious. Who would have thought the pirates would have left us such a lovely, modern, sophisticated drink? Of course, it's quite a strong one.
That's a strong one. That's a stiff one.
Is it?
What a way to end my day, sipping a smuggler's rum punch on the beach of a beautiful Cornish creek. On my 8th morning, dawn rises over Dennis Head. Its name comes from the Cornish word for castle, dinas.
Wow, absolutely stunning view now.
Because due to its strategic position at the mouth of the Helford River, it was fortified as far back as the Iron Age.
At last, the mouth of the Helford River. It's not the Amazon, it's not even the Severn, but it is a magnificent estuary.
With a shoreline that stretches some 30 miles, the mouth of the Helford River is recognised both for its scenic beauty and as a protected habitat for wildlife and flora. From Dennis Head, my next destination is 2.5 miles along its southern bank at Frenchman's Creek, made famous by Daphne du Maurier, where a river taxi will ferry me to the hamlet of Helford Passage. I'll then be just half a mile from my final rendezvous at the stunning Treba Garden. Rated amongst the 80 finest gardens in the world.
This is quite demanding. I've arrived at Frenchman's Creek, a name made famous by Daphne du Maurier with her tale of pirates and smugglers, and right on cue, here is a shipwreck.
This boat once belonged to an artist and adventurer, Percy Thurban, who sailed here with his wife in 1920. He was so enchanted that he built a home on the bank. It's believed that Daphne du Maurier's novel, Frenchman's Creek, about a woman who flees London society and falls in love with a pirate along this river, was inspired by the abandoned boat and artist's hut, which is now protected by the National Trust. A century on, another local artist comes here to paint.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
Do you mind if I take a look?
No, not at all.
It's very lovely. You're very good.
Oh, thank you. I live just over the hill and I paint every day. I'm just getting, see the light on that holly bush at the edge there?
I do.
I'm just going to try and put that in. It's tiny little things sometimes right at the end that make it work.
And I mean, it's an attraction to people, I imagine, coming to the place where Daphne du Maurier wrote.
Oh, I think so, yeah. And she's so connected with Cornwall, isn't she?
There are quite a lot of novels set in Cornwall.
Yes. And when I was a kid, we used to go to a place called Menably, which is near Foy, which is where she lived. And it was the setting for Rebecca and all of that. So, and my mum used to read us a Daphne du Maurier novel in the caravan every evening. So I've always liked her writing.
It's very attractive, Frenchman's Creek, isn't it? It's quite unusual. It's so wooded, and the the trees come down to the water and they tumble into the water, don't they?
Yeah, it always reminds me of the Amazon or something. When I swim up it, I always think I'm swimming up the Amazon.
You
And of
swim
course,
up it, do you?
Yes,
In this weather?
yes.
Gosh.
The estuary is a special place for artists and writers. It's also a hugely important habitat for up to 80 species of fish, rare birds, native oysters, and even seahorses.
This must be Dave, I think.
Hi there.
Hello.
With my day running out, I've arranged for a river taxi to get me to its north bank.
How do I get down here?
Come on down the side, find the
Gingerly.
slippery seaweed, and step onto the sponsored.
There we are.
All done?
All done, thank you, sir. So beautiful here, isn't it?
It is.
The trees are wonderful.
It's so still. I'm really trying not to get you wet.
This little trip with Dave, which is just half a mile across the mouth of the Helford River, saved me what would otherwise have been something like a 17-mile walk around the estuary. So what's the Helford River like in summer?
Packed.
Yeah.
Really busy. It's one of the most popular anchorages on the south coast. We'll get hundreds of visitors per day.
People who come here, are they intrigued by the alleged history of smuggling and pirates?
Oh yes, they always want to know all of the tales of daring do and what we got up to, and everybody who comes to Cornwall imagines that we're all pirates. I think I was a big fan of Mutiny on the Bounty. Captain Bligh being arrested by the people of Monachan because he spoke with a very posh accent and they didn't understand him. Being old Cornish fellas, took the customs people 4 days to come from Falmouth, and he was imprisoned in the vicarage cellar for 4 days.
Are those of us like me with the posh accents still in danger in Cornwall?
Oh, probably.
And we're going in now towards that pub, are we?
We are.
There doesn't seem to be much there apart from the pub.
No, there isn't. But then that's everything you need in a Cornish town.
My destination is the beachside village of Helford Passage, a popular summer landing for pleasure boats, yachts, and of course, tourists.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The local historian that I'm about to meet knows of its clandestine history during the Second World War.
Hello, Liz.
Hi, how are you?
My ferryman has brought me to a lovely spot.
He certainly has, and a bit of sunshine as well.
Liz, are you actually from these parts?
Yes, I am, yes. Born and bred in Cornwall.
And you take quite an interest in history, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, some people might say it's a bit of an obsession.
Ah, well, you're exactly the person I've been looking for.
It all started with my grandmother. During the Second World War, she was a fire warden, and she always told me this story about coming home from being on duty overnight, early hours of the morning, and she found the streets lined with all these soldiers sleeping on the pavement. And this was the D-Day landing.
So when you looked into that, why were these Americans here?
It was the calm waters, I think, that they could leave from. It was obviously very secretive. No one really was supposed to know that this was going on.
Do we know where the Allied troops left from?
Yeah, we do. They left from a beach that's literally just round the corner here at the bottom of Treba Garden.
On the 1st of June 1944, 7,500 American infantrymen set off from Treba Beach in 10 landing craft. 5 days later, they were amongst the first Allied troops to hit Omaha Beach in Normandy. and came under deadly German fire, suffering the highest casualties of any of the D-Day landings.
And then I'd also heard these sort of rumours about there being French resistance operations taking place out of the Helford River.
Really?
Yeah, really. And Charles de Gaulle, when he left occupied France, he arrived here because Winston Churchill set up this special operations executive to do the clandestine operations, and there was that base of operations somewhere right in this area here.
How fascinating.
Yeah, and when de Gaulle landed in the UK, he gave this broadcast to the French people, sort of telling them to hold on, to keep resisting, to sort of galvanise them for what was going to be coming.
Yeah, it's a very, very well-known broadcast. It was very important.
It caused a bit of a mass exodus of people from France and from Belgium who came on fishing boats to Cornwall. And there were hundreds of them, and the boats were actually used for secret operations to mainland France, because obviously they would blend in with the Brittany fishing fleet, and they would dress up the local Cornishmen that were taking part, and obviously the British Army and Navy in sort of Breton fishing gear, so that they would blend in. And they did some amazing things, obviously dropping off equipment, collecting information, dropping off these sort of secret agents that were going into occupied France, and also picking up any Allied airmen that had been shot down and managed to make it to the coast. So, yeah, amazing stuff.
I'm very stimulated and very moved by history, and actually it's very refreshing to hear it not from a professional historian, but somebody who's been motivated by their connection with this place to look into it. That's quite a highlight of my walk, to get a bit of modern history, which I hadn't really anticipated. I did not in any way associate Cornwall with D-Day. I mean,
no.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I've certainly learnt new things about Cornish history that I didn't know. And I'm rather passionate about history, and I think people are. Notice the way they're being served up in television series, sort of mock history, epics, which are medieval in look. You know what I'm talking about. And yet it's difficult for them to get it straight, because they're also served up, stories of the British royal family, which owe as much to fantasy as they do to reality. And so I just love the idea of a local person really caring about what actually happened in Cornwall, specific details and facts.
As the fourth leg of my trek around the southwest coast path nears its close,
another hill to go up.
My final destination, at one of Cornwall's finest subtropical gardens, is a short walk away.
Oh my goodness. My first view of Trieber Garden is absolutely fabulous.
This 26-acre garden was first planted in 1831 by local scientist and successful businessman Charles Fox, who paid meticulous attention to the positioning of every tree.
There's a gash here, a valley down to the Helford River, and it is a riot of beautiful reds and pinks.
It now boasts some of the finest examples of exotic species in the country.
All the way down to the green of the river. Superb.
Michael, having a sneaky peek down at the view of the valley?
Hello, Darren. No, a long, lingering view. It's absolutely superb. And you're the head gardener, so congratulations, and you must be very proud.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we have a fantastic team at Treba, so it's great credit to them that the garden looks so good.
Now, it is March, so I'm assuming these have to be camellias. They can't be rhododendrons at this time.
I'd actually have to correct you. They're actually rhododendrons, so they're actually arboreal rhododendrons. So they're the tree rhodies that you get in the Himalayas.
But I thought they came out much later.
And we're very lucky in Cornwall with this sort of microclimate that we have, very mild winters and early springs, so that's why they come out so early.
Well, that is astonishing. Would you like to lead me down into the garden and see it more closely? And then I won't mistake a camellia for a rhododendron.
Indeed, indeed, follow me.
Underneath the canopy, I'm astonished by the beauty wherever I look.
Fantastic display of bamboo here.
Yeah, they're quite sort of architectural in their form.
47 different varieties of bamboo.
The thicker the bamboos, the taller they get, so you get some quite sort of large stands in the garden.
A natural spring tamed into a beautiful water garden.
Camellias!
Yes, there are camellias.
And a huge collection of camellias, including one thought to be over 90 years old.
That's glorious.
So there's one of those sort of classic views into the garden at this time of the year with the rhododendrons really sort of singing the praises of the garden.
Would this be one of the best times of the year to see it?
Definitely for the rhododendrons. Certainly getting the most colour at once now would be probably the best, yeah.
And glorious ferns here.
Yeah, we're very lucky. The Australian tree ferns really do thrive in these conditions. So this is some of the tree fern trunks or logs that we've harvested. And because of the whole of the stem is root, you can pop these into a hole in the ground, stake them up, keep them well watered for the first 6 to 8 months, and then they'll throw the new fronds up and they'll survive. Every foot is 10 years worth of growth.
I'll take 4, please.
So what I was thinking, I've got one more to cut down. I don't know if you wanted to give me a hand to take the fronds off, take it off at the base with the saw.
What, we're going to cut through a thing this thick with a little saw like that?
You'd be surprised, because they're fairly fibrous, they do cut relatively easily.
Okay.
Well, I'll give it a go. Right, so this is the one we're looking at here.
All righty.
It's believed that 3,000 of these tree fern trunks were used as ballast on a ship from Australia that docked here in 1880. When the crew opened up the hold, they were surprised to find them growing, and so many ended up in local gardens.
Right.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Saw piece.
So there you go.
As far down as I can. There, about there. Just push on it a bit, if you would.
Yeah, perhaps.
And push a bit more. There we go. It's rather nice to chop something down that you know is going to grow again.
Well, that's it. And then also, if you think about it, these originally came in from Southeast Australia. And the Cornish version will be that bit hardier, a bit tougher, because it's used to a slightly cooler climate.
So the cobber has become a tough old pom.
It has indeed, yes, yeah. Excellent. Well, we'll just take this one down and add it to the pile.
Hello.
Hello there.
I bet you have Cornish ice cream, do you?
We absolutely do.
To your good health.
No problem.
Lovely Cornish produce with a fantastic Cornish view.
This marks the third and last of my walks in Cornwall.
Glorious.
With the fertile landscapes, estuaries, creeks and coves, this has felt different from the Cornwall that I'd already seen. But as before, the people I've met are quietly proud of their heritage and locality. and of being Cornish.
So, I've left Cornwall now well behind, and ahead of me, that lighthouse is at Start Point. So that's appropriate for a new beginning. Although actually, I think start in Anglo-Saxon did not mean commencement. It was the tail of an animal, because this sticks out into the sea. We're very close to the southernmost part of Devon.
Situated on one of Devon's most exposed peninsulas, Start Point Lighthouse was built in 1836 to guide ships along the English Channel, away from the dangerous clusters of rock that lie submerged around this coast.
The erosion by the sea here is very powerful. There was a foghorn at the lighthouse that was washed into the sea some years ago. And so actually the coast is constantly being renewed here by the disorder of the sea and the chaos of the erosion.
At just over 10 miles, this leg of my coast path adventure is one of the shortest and will take me along a sweep of shingle inlets and coves with stretches of beach in between. From Start Point, I'll visit the lost village of Hall Sands, swallowed by the sea a century ago, and then on to B Sands, now battling for survival against the waves. At Tor Cross, I'll join an admirable ocean cleanup before walking the 3-mile stretch of Slapton Sands, where I'll learn of a terrible World War II secret. Tomorrow, I'll explore Slapton Lay, a unique freshwater lagoon, before continuing north to the stunning Blackpool Sands, owned by a family who've lived here for 6 centuries. My journey ends at Blackstone Point, on the mouth of the River Dart, one of South Devon's most important estuaries, loved for its sailing, boating, and wildlife.
Whoa! Not easy going.
The first mile of my trek leads me along a narrow path that at times teeters over rocky coves and hidden reefs.
Ah, the lovely Hall Sands from which the village took its name.
Today, the pretty cottages of North Hall Sands stand at the cliff's edge. But if you take the lower path, you discover the ruins of the original village below.
Ah, they've built a viewing platform just so you can see the amount of the destruction. There are 2 houses more or less complete which are left. And then as you look along, just the husks of a few houses, little fragments of what is left. It wasn't just 1 or 2 buildings, it was quite a substantial place. It had a line of houses with a street in front, and then even a few houses on the other side, on the sea side of that street. And the whole lot has disappeared, an amazing testimony to the ferocity of the sea.
The fishing village of Hall Sands was destroyed on the 26th of January 1917. But it needn't have happened. 20 years earlier, 660,000 tons of shingle and sand were dredged from around Hall Sands to build a new naval dockyard at Plymouth. The beach and the protection that it had offered to the village for centuries disappeared. And Hall Sands was lost to exceptionally high tides and a violent storm.
When I first heard as a child about the destruction of Pompeii by a volcano, I was very moved. And since then I've visited, and you can see so much of the way of life that has been disinterred from the ashes. And of course, today you still hear about cities destroyed by tsunamis or by earthquakes or indeed by volcanoes, but we don't tend to get those things in Britain. And even very devastating floods, the waters recede, the buildings are still there. It's quite unusual for us to hear about a whole community swept away, which is what happened at All Sands. An entire village disappeared into the sea.
A mile further along the shore is another 16th century fishing village, Bees Sands, where crab and lobster are still caught. Today it's also a popular beach resort, but its idyllic setting disguises just how tough life here can be in the face of increasingly violent winter storms.
I'm 67 and would like a cup of tea. Is that all right?
Yeah, fine, no problem at all.
Hello?
Hi, I'm Anita. You must be Michael.
Yes, I am indeed.
Anita and her family have owned the cafe for decades, with locally caught crab a speciality. Her husband hails from a long line of Bees Sands fishermen going back 300 years. But their future, and that of the village, is increasingly under threat from the sea.
Good heavens, what a lot of construction there's been here. I mean, the village must have changed so much when all of this was put in.
Yes, but it was definitely a necessity. We were just getting hammered by storms, and it's getting worse and worse. And it's usually east or southeast winds combined with high tides that do the damage, basically. And when it is very stormy and the waves are coming, they've been crashing over the top of that. Of course, all the seawater comes up into the road with the shingle. The shingle goes down the drains, blocks the drains, and then you can't get rid of the water. So all the boats floating into the road, the tables, chairs, all in the road. It's carnage here.
Extraordinary.
It's a bit like a war zone when you come down and look at it.
When did you last have a disaster like that?
February.
Really?
This year, yes.
What does your village consist of? I mean, it doesn't look very big. Any idea how many houses or families you are?
Well, we did a count up the other day, and there are now 43 full-time residents in the village.
I mean, I could get 43 people on a bus.
Yes.
That's quite a small
We don't
number
have a
of people.
bus.
No, you don't have a bus. So, does this save the village? The village will not perish to the sea with these defences. Is that right?
Fingers crossed, yes.
Yeah.
We've just completed some more defences down the other end on the village green, but the council have said that is the last money they are going to invest in sea defences here.
So, in a sense, that's the last throw of the dice.
Yes. Makes you have tears in your eyes. Really does.
Having been told of fierce winter storms, I'll shortly hear of another threat to this sweep of South Devon coast. I'm on the southern tip of South Devon, hiking the fifth leg of my coast path adventure, along a 130 square mile area of outstanding natural beauty.
Look at this tree. Like moving the way it's been bent by the wind. It's yet another reminder of the force of nature.
Here, the shoreline is under threat from the sea and winter storms. And that's not all. It's estimated that up to 5,000 pieces of plastic are washed up along every mile of UK coast, threatening birds and sea life.
So, buoy, kill switch, key, fuel on, ready to go.
I've come to meet a special recycling team that targets the hardest to reach coves and beaches.
Gentlemen, hello. May I come aboard?
Absolutely, welcome aboard.
and I'm joining founder Gary on one of their offshore cleanups.
Happy hunting today, do you think?
If it's anything like normal, we should find plenty.
I'm sorry to hear that in a way, but you know.
Exactly. It's a slight irony, but yeah, it's good to be going out and doing something positive.
I'll sit here.
Grant, yeah, comfortable?
Yep. One of you is coming with me, right?
I'm coming with you. Come on.
Looks a bit choppy today.
It is a bit choppy today, yes.
Taking a bit of spray in the face. Very refreshing.
Sorry about that. So we don't actually go around hunting for plastic on the ocean because that would be a fool's errand. You wouldn't find anything.
No.
It's so vast, obviously, but it collects in enormous quantities in a lot of the little coves around here that you can see. And when the tide drops, it leaves the material at the back of the beach.
These are your kayakers who are gathering plastic, are they?
Yes, sea wombles, as we call them.
It absolutely makes the point about why you use boats. That is unreachable otherwise, isn't it?
Gary's volunteers cover 100 miles of Devon coast. But with an average of 8 million pieces of plastic entering our oceans every day, they face an uphill struggle.
What have you been finding over there?
Well, there's a lot of old netting. You can see the remains of a net down there.
The green stuff?
Yeah, that's buried under rocks as well. So by hand at the moment, that's really difficult to get out. So we've just been going around picking out small bits, fragments, what we can.
It is alarming to see the quantities we're bringing back now, and it's quite common to bring the boat completely full. There's 2 crew on board, and we literally have to stand amongst it all because the boat is full.
This obviously is fishing net.
Yes, that's an example of derelict fishing gear, which is also known as ghost gear when it's in the sea and continues to fish.
And what's this that's got caught up in here?
So that's monofilament fishing line, or gill net, which is unfortunately rolled along the seabed and gathered what are actually a protected species. It's the pink sea fan.
Oh, great big welly.
A bit of a mystery. They all seem to come ashore in size 11 or 12 and the left foot, but don't ask me why.
This is a huge piece of what? Polystyrene?
Yes, that is polystyrene, I'm afraid, and that's often used to provide buoyancy within boats to make them unsinkable. And it's a real problem because, as you can see, its constitution is basically powder.
I can feel that is disintegrating just as I touched it.
And that's the nanoplastic that scientists are now very aware of that's entering the food web.
Oh, it's ghastly. This is an insect spray of some kind.
Yeah.
Gary's team is doing an extraordinary job. But if you consider that none of this plastic will ever fully degrade, it's down to all of us to find ways of using less, so that our oceans don't become ever fuller. Back on shore, the path leads me along yet another hidden cove that I have all to myself.
Oof. Every now and again you're given the choice. You can either go up and down on the coast path or you can go along the beach. The beach sounds like the easier option, but it is not necessarily because of the shingle, so that every footstep is a real effort. You have to drag your foot out of the shingle. And then when you get to the end of the beach, you have to pause, take your boot off and empty all the little stones that have got in there.
The climb off the beach reveals one of the most amazing landscapes on my journey so far. A 3-mile-long shingle spit backed by a freshwater lagoon.
Clapton Sands, really stunning, a long, curved, apparently sandy beach, and then separated by just the narrowest bit of land, this freshwater lagoon with reed beds all around. The houses on the spit look over both salt water and fresh, and the village of Tor Cross edges up the hill from which they have a view of the lagoon and the sea. A wonderful, unusual, beautiful combination.
Like many beaches that I've encountered on my southwest coastal adventure, this one was used as a D-Day training base, codenamed Exercise Tiger. It was here, in late April 1944, that 15,000 American troops practiced the Normandy landings. But by the time their rehearsals were over, hundreds were dead when their landing craft were ambushed and sunk by German U-boats hiding off the coast. And this tragic story might have died with them, as all surviving troops were then sworn to secrecy.
Dean. Hi.
Hello, Michael.
Let's take a walk on the beach.
The event was largely forgotten until 50 years later, when Dean's father brought it to light.
So, my dad, in around about 1969, he suffered a little bit of a nervous breakdown, and part of his recovery for that was to walk up and down Slapton Sands. And it was during those walks that he discovered bits of metal, shrapnel, and this is just an example of some of them, you know, these here.
There's a bullet in there.
Yeah, there's a bullet, and you can still see the rifling on there.
Amazing.
And so that got him wondering, why am I finding this stuff on the beach? And then a good friend of his, a local fisherman, he told my dad of something that was on the seabed, approximately 3/4 of a mile out to sea, that they would often snag their nets on. And my dad said, well, what is it? Because the bay is mainly just shingle, there's very little rock. And he said, well, we don't really know. He said, we just avoid it. And so my dad took the fisherman out in his boat, and he dived down, and he came up and he said to my dad, it's a tank. And my dad, I remember, famously said, you know, an oil tank, water tank. He said, no, it's a proper, it's a World War II tank.
Heavens, Dean, this is what your dad got out of the water.
Yes, this is the duplex drive Sherman tank that my dad recovered. It was absolutely covered in fishing nets. In fact, I think there were 5 or 6 conger eels living in it.
I mean, how could your father possibly have imagined that he could get a thing like this out of the water, a long way from shore and onto shore? I mean, it's an inconceivable leap to me.
Yeah, I'm amazed what he managed to do, really. I think it was difficult. You know, the tank weighs around 32 tons, so the only way he could do it was to try and ease the weight of the tank, using big airbags, and that would give a little bit of buoyancy and then really slowly tow the tank in behind the diving vessel. He was concerned that when it got onto solid ground, that when he moved it, everything would start to disintegrate. But in reality, the opposite happened. It started to move on its own tracks. Maybe that was the tank saying, okay, yeah, I'm going to give you a hand here.
An amazing story.
My dad's efforts, once the tank was recovered, went into working with the American government to have officially dedicated memorials given both Army and Navy.
And we're surrounded by those lovely memorials and plaques right here.
Yeah.
I mean, the tank then, of course, is a memorial to the men who lost their lives. It's also, oddly enough, a memorial to your father too.
Yeah, I feel so. I mean, this really was his world. He was here every single day, other than Christmas Day. He even had his post delivered here. He spoke to thousands of people, and I think that everyone associated the tank with my dad. I mean, he had names such as, the Tank Man, and in fact, his last request to me was, take me to the tank one more time. And so when we drove him to his funeral, we pulled into the car park and we stopped at the tank, and myself and my wife, we got out and laid some flowers on the tank for my dad.
With my first day drawing to a close, I had intended to camp on this leg of my adventure. But being early spring, under clear skies, the forecast tonight is for temperatures to plummet.
So, thought in some sort of compensation, I might have a chilly supper on the beach. This is not something you'd often catch me doing. I don't mean cooking. I do cook sometimes, but you wouldn't often catch me doing it on a beach. The story that Dean told me was fascinating and moving, and I felt a kindred spirit. I feel very deeply about my father, who was also something of an obsessive. He certainly didn't leave behind a tank, but he left behind poetry in Spanish on bits of paper scattered all over my family house. And after his death, my mother worked very hard to stick all these bits of paper together and to take them to a publisher, and posthumously to produce a book of my father's poems. Ah, that's looking good. It's a funny thing that food that's cooked outside often tastes better, isn't it? I don't know whether it's the effort you put into it or the fact that you're in the elements and the fresh air makes you hungry. But it's good. I've really enjoyed this, coming down to the beach and having a little simple supper.
It's my second day in South Devon and my 10th on the coastal path.
Beautiful.
And before I leave Slapton, heading north, I've arranged to visit a very special sanctuary at Slapton Ley on the edge of the lagoon, which is the largest freshwater lake in southwest England, covering 70 hectares of open water and reed beds.
Hello, excuse me.
Oh, hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
What lies within the sanctuary?
Well, it's the Ley. It's run by the Field Centre here at Slapton, and yeah, it's a beautiful natural reserve. It's called Ireland Bay, and we're not really supposed to go past here as a sanctuary zone for the herons and the otters.
Where are you from?
I'm from New Zealand. Actually, I've only been here 3 months.
So how come you got the key to the sanctuary?
Well, there's 9 of us international students, all have sought refuge in Slapton. During the lockdown, we've been doing a bit of volunteer work as a bubble, and it's just been a total lifesaver. Seeing the wild garlic pop up, the primroses, the daffodils come in early.
There's a bird called the bar-tailed godwit, I think it's called, which commutes between Alaska and New Zealand's North Island. Have you come across
Yes,
this bird?
I've heard. Yes, I have.
Yeah, I think it's the longest migration of any creature. But I don't recommend it to you, particularly if you don't fly.
I was going to say, yeah. Might take me a bit longer.
Now that we're getting on so well, is there any chance you'd...
Only because you asked so nicely.
I'll go very quietly for the heron.
Perfect. Enjoy.
This feels like a sort of enchanted walk. The sort of thing you'd find in a children's story. Birdsong gets louder and louder the more I pause. Gorgeous. I wonder this is called the sanctuary. There's acres of reed bed. Unimaginable numbers of creatures must dwell here. And completely undisturbed.
The reserve covers 215 hectares and is home to all manner of plants and wildlife, like dormice, bats, otters, and a small protected bird called a Chetty's warbler, which thrives near wetlands like these.
Here the forest has a magic carpet of wild garlic. The scent of it is everywhere, and it's just coming into flower. Lovely, soft flavour of garlic. I never saw anything like that. Never.
I've heard that these woods once belonged to a house that was abandoned during the Second World War, at the time of those fateful D-Day exercises.
Well, all in fulfilment of the prophecy, beyond the wild garlic forest, the ruined house. Well, the house has a divine view over the reed bed. Must have been a lovely place. It's been heartbreaking to be required to leave it for the war effort. And evidently, no one ever returned to see that wonderful view again. During the COVID pandemic, people kept saying that we'd made sacrifices that had no comparison since the Second World War. And I understand what they mean, but no one was required to give up their house. No one was required to give up an entire village to sacrifice a lovely home like this and never again to see a prospect like that.
My walk this morning continues for another 2 miles onto one of this coast's most enchanting beaches, sheltered by a Californian woodland. From there, I'll continue over rugged headlands and coves before my South Devon adventure ends at Blackstone Point, overlooking the Dart River estuary, which was formed during the last ice age.
What a fabulous sight. That sea is Caribbean blue.
This crescent of golden shingle is Blackpool Sands. It's one of around 2,000 private beaches in the United Kingdom. But unlike most, for a small entrance fee, it's open to the public.
It is completely surrounded by cliffs, which are largely wooded, wonderfully enclosed, and on what's been a windy day, feeling pretty sheltered.
I'm about to meet a man whose family bought it in 1796.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Michael! How lovely to see you on Blackpool Sands.
What a lovely set of wheels.
Well, it's the only way of getting about on this beach, I can tell you.
Yeah, shingle is the worst possible surface to walk upon. A private beach?
Yes. If you own the land behind the beach, then you own down to the mean high water mark.
According to ancient law, only the area of beach above the high water mark can be privately owned. The area below, down to the low water mark, is owned by the Queen.
I don't think I've ever seen such a beautiful setting for a beach, with cliffs all around and woodland all around.
I mean, the trees you're seeing are the Monterey pines from California. They were planted by my grandfather to give that sort of Mediterranean feel. That when you come into a beach like this, it wants to feel as if you're away or you're abroad.
No, it does. It does feel very special. How long have you personally had the ownership of the sands?
Well, in the 1980s, I took over from my mother. I worked for a walking tour company, and I did the Santiago de Compostela walk.
Ah, done a bit of that.
You've done that?
I've done a bit of that. I walked for a week towards Santiago, yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I loved it, and I bet you did too.
Absolutely, thoroughly enjoyed it, not only for the experience, but also for the sort of spiritual experience.
Exactly. But your mother and you, did you have the same policies towards the beach, as it were?
Absolutely. She was absolute dynamo on making sure that the beach was here for everybody to enjoy.
Geoffrey's mother, Anne, opened the beach to holidaymakers in 1947, just after the war ended. A refreshment hut with an adjoining tea garden were built. And then, as the beach became increasingly popular with families during the 1950s, a small promenade and sea wall were added.
What I did extra, perhaps, was to bring in the events. We have a music festival here, we have endurance exercises. Because to manage a beach like this, you need funds in order to make it, a really clean, beautiful beach, wonderful facilities. It doesn't come without quite a lot of effort.
It is very clean, very, very pristine. And its dimensions are so extraordinary, aren't they? And it's so broad, from the woodland to the sea is quite a distance.
You're absolutely right. And when I started here, there was a lot less shingle. But from storms over time, it's brought up a lot more. And at the moment, it's staying here.
Right.
Other beaches in the area here are losing their sand tremendously.
So is it just good luck that you've got it here at the moment?
Absolutely.
Is it your reward for walking to Santiago?
Well, I think you might be right.
So what do you do in this vehicle other than save yourself a walk?
This is your chariot for a few moments.
Oh, okay.
Michael, would you please help me?
Yes.
We're clearing this beach. As you've been saying how clean it is, we want to make sure.
What, drive it?
Absolutely drive it.
I'd love to drive it. I'll put all this in the back. Here we go. Right.
Now, that goes forward, and you'll crunch into gear. There's no clutch.
Off we go.
That's it. Brilliant. Here's your first pin here.
I've got it in sight. Put off accelerator.
Put it in the back there. Perfect.
Geoffrey, I think quite a lot of people would be surprised that you, as the proprietor, are out here in your high vis doing your own rubbish collection.
Michael, it's so important to set an example.
So do people say the boss's example here is rubbish?
Very good. Right, here we go, next one. That's right, straight in the back. And another bag there.
I do think, when I get to the pearly gate and they say, do you deserve any more time on Earth? I would say I want back all the time I spent trying to open plastic bags.
That's it, well done. You've got the knack, Michael, you've got the knack. Brilliant, bravo. I think we should go and raise the blue flag.
Let's do that.
Only 124 beaches in Britain qualify for a blue flag.
So it's not just a blue flag by name, it is actually a blue flag.
It is a blue flag. Hooray!
To do so, they must meet the highest environmental and quality standards before they can hoist the famous flag.
Perfect. Excellent.
May everyone enjoy Blackpool Sands and keep it pristine.
And thank you very much, Michael, for helping me keeping it pristine.
Geoffrey, this is a flag that proclaims a standard, the standard that you've met.
On the final mile of this leg of my adventure, I'll meet someone who plays a vital part in maintaining the standards of the entire coastal path. As the fifth leg of my Southwest Coast Path adventure comes to an end, the coast again turns rugged and wild.
Ah, beautiful, beautiful isolated place.
This is Western Combe Cove, where clusters of ferocious-looking rock present an ongoing danger to boats en route to and returning from the Dart Estuary.
As so often, a beautiful light on the water. These fearful, jagged rocks down here appear to be at rest. I can imagine them covered in boiling foam. But today, the sea is glassy calm.
As I end this walk, I'm meeting someone who's worked along this coast for almost 10 years. He makes the signs that guide the 8 million walkers who enjoy the Southwest Coast Path every year.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
You have to bear a burden, don't you?
I do.
Carrying your cross through life, what's that?
So this is a new finger post. It's signing the Southwest Coast Path. It's a beautiful spot, and I know it pretty well. I used to work here as a National Trust ranger.
So what was your patch when you were a ranger?
From this side of the Dart Estuary all the way through to Wembury Point in just outside Plymouth, which is about 8,000 acres of coasting countryside land.
Yes, huge. Well, I've experienced some of that. I've just come from Start Point around to here. And who makes these?
I make these. So I have a workshop up on Dartmoor and bringing it out today to install it.
Very beautiful. I've never really looked at one before. What sort of wood do you use?
Well, this is an oak post, and we have chestnut fingers.
Oh, do you?
And they're used because they're just excellent, durable outdoor timbers.
Maybe a bit late, but may I help you down the hill with it?
That would be lovely. Thank you very much.
What should I do? Grab this end?
Yeah, it's be careful though. It's pretty weighty.
Oh, God.
Here we go. Oh, I'll just spin round.
Happy like that, or should I put it on my shoulder?
That's perfect. Yeah, thank you very much.
That's the way. You carried this all on your own?
I did.
Oh, if I have a heart attack, it'll be the last post.
Okay, we can just place it down here. Thank you very much. Very kind.
Respect. That is heavy.
It is.
So this is clearly where you're going to put it?
Yes.
How far do you have to go down?
Ideally 2 foot. We've got some tools. We've got the shove holers. These just make it easier, so we don't have to keep bending down. We can scoop the soil out with these and really give them a good forceful hit into the ground.
Ah! What a wonderful tool.
Yeah.
How have I lived all this time without it? Ah! In normal times, do you think the path is getting more and more popular?
Oh, definitely, yeah. You know, it's accessible all year round. They do a wonderful job at keeping things clear for people visiting. Signage is always really, really well done in terms of lots of it. People can feel confident to be out on the path. And it's one of the greatest trails possibly in the world. You know, it's 630 miles of beautiful coast. And to be honest, I love driving around and seeing the signs in situ.
Do you ever quietly vandalise them to get another contract?
No, but that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. It's marvellous how this hole is coming on, isn't it?
It is. We're flying down. What I might do is just drop a tape measure in. Let's see how deep we are. So, there we go. Perfect. I think we're ready to put it in.
Good.
That's it. Perfect. Look at that.
Gosh, it's just at
high
height.
Luckily, it's set back, so no one's going to be banging their heads on this one. There we go. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Any idea how many you installed in a year?
Well, we make and produce hundreds a year. Every time I put a post in, I leave a personal touch on them to say when it was put in and who it was put in by. I don't have anything like that for myself, but there is a small little disc that we can set in the front to say, installed by you.
Oh, how very... Oh, it's taken me very much by surprise. It's very discreet. It's just the initials, and in my own case, a little bit of a flashback.
There we go.
To a time 25 years ago.
And if you're ever walking this way again, there we go.
Let's hope I find it. Thank you, Mark.
No worries.
Bye-bye.
See you, bye-bye.
As the penultimate leg of my southwest coastal adventure comes to an end, I'm all too aware that my time on this path is running out.
Thanks to Mark, I have now literally left my mark on his signpost on the coastal path, and I've been wondering what footprint the path has left on me. I could dwell on solitariness, but since the pandemic began, too many people have spent too long alone. So I'll mention the landscape, nature. In London, I do see nature, ponds, trees, ducks in the park, but I think what is lacking in my life is a balance. Not enough of the grandeur of this kind of nature. Oh, that's a lovely view now. Aha! Yes, that is pretty. So, the final section of my coastal walk begins here at the charmingly named Hope's Nose, which is probably a corruption of the word hoop, because the bay forms a little ring here in which ships could shelter from storms. But on this section of the journey, I will have the sense of a closing down sail, as we say in urban environments. In other words, the need to drink deep and to breathe deep the sea air and to take in all the wonderful sights, because this is coming to an end. And today is the day that I have to take the photographs, as it were, for my memory.
The sixth and final leg of my southwest coast path adventure starts on the English Riviera near Torquay, from where I'll skirt red sandstone cliffs north to the thatched village of Maidencombe. My route then climbs and falls to Labrador Bay, where I'll search for a bird once almost extinct in Britain. Tomorrow my final day begins at Shaldon, before crossing to Teignmouth, where my walk continues onto Dawlish. My southwest coastal pilgrimage ends at the mouth of Devon's main river, the Exe, the source of which is 50 miles away on Exmoor, a stone's throw from where my coastal excursion began.
I know this part of South Devon better than other parts of my walk because I've travelled here before. The railway runs very close to the sea and indeed is quite often destroyed by it. But this is an area where the geology and the fauna and the flora are celebrated. And blessed with this glorious light and calm sea, the walk begins well.
As it's my final leg, I'll push myself even further outside my comfort zone, taking on new challenges before my coastal trek comes to an end. My first meeting is with someone who, as a child, walked here with her grandfather, a man who spent decades fighting to preserve Devon's coastline and countryside, and who championed the benefits of hiking.
Hello, Val.
Hi, Michael.
Good to see you. And,
You too.
Happy to talk about your granddad,
I am indeed.
Brian Carter. Well, how do you feel about this place?
This place is very special to my heart. I've been walking here since I was about 5 with my granddad. Come here to think, celebrate, be sad. It's just breathtaking. It's so vast, you can see for miles and miles.
What's going on with all the rocks here?
This is all limestone, which the coastal birds love to nest in. Then it changes to sandstone, which erodes very quickly. I like the contrast.
One thing you can't help noticing is how many cruise liners there are parked off the Devon coast. Is that a new phenomenon?
Yeah, they've been here since November 2020, and they've just been sort of sheltering from the weather, but also it saves them paying to be in the ports. I think they're quite spectacular.
And you used to come here with your grandfather?
I did, yeah. He brought me here quite a lot.
What sort of a man was he?
Just the most special man. So engaging when you spoke to him, and so knowledgeable and passionate about the South West Coast Path and the countryside. You could just feel it as soon as you started talking to him. He just loved spending all his time outside. He was in shorts 365 days of the year.
As well as campaigning for the countryside, Belle's grandfather wrote articles and guidebooks about walking this section of the South West Coast Path in the early days after it had opened.
Did your granddad feel that the path was in any kind of danger?
Oh, goodness, yeah. He was a huge campaigner for wildlife. He was worried about the destruction of habitats. We've got families of grey seals, which congregate all along here. We've got cormorants, kittiwakes, gulls.
There's wonderful bird song from those thickets as well, isn't there?
Beautiful. He wanted people to, get a feel for what he loved, really. He was a local legend.
How do you look back on your grandfather now?
I think, the first couple of years was painful to even come walking in the countryside. But now it's such a joyous thing to be able to do and remember him. He's with me every step of the way.
So, here lies my way ahead. So, I think I recognise Teignmouth.
Yep, you've got Teignmouth, Dawlish, Maidencombe, Labrador Bay, where you get the most spectacular views as well. I mean, you have to be prepared to walk. There's a lot of vertical inclines, but as long as you enjoy that, you'll be fine.
You chuckle with a certain sadism.
Yeah, because it's very tough terrain, actually. Even for someone that's been walking their whole lives, it's still quite difficult.
Much to look forward to. Thank you, Belle.
Thank you.
I think people who have a long and intimate relationship with their grandparents are very lucky. Belle's reminiscing about Brian Carter has made me think about my Spanish grandparents. I didn't know my Spanish grandfather at all and didn't know my Spanish grandmother too well. She was an extraordinary woman. She had 10 children, 7 sons, followed by 3 daughters, my father being the oldest. And my grandfather was one of several doctors in a large village. During the Spanish Civil War, one of the rival doctors denounced him, said that he wasn't fit to practice medicine because one of his sons, my father, was on the Republican side. There was then a kind of absurd public trial in which it was argued that he could be allowed to practice medicine because he also had 2 sons who'd been decorated fighting for General Franco on the other side, as if any of this had anything to do with whether he was a fit and proper doctor.
Up ahead, there's 3 miles of the path that scramble up and down those red sandstone cliffs that Belle pointed out.
Oh, I'm used to the weather changing all the time, but the vegetation does too. A moment ago, I was absolutely in the open. Now it feels like I'm in well, Devon's answer to a jungle.
Heavy rain has caused large sections of these cliffs to erode and crumble into the sea, taking with them areas of path and even some local roads.
Whoa! At this point, the path has disappeared, and the railing too. And here, the cliff has crumbled and tossed enormous rocks onto the beach. But actually, the bulk of the cliff appears very earthy rather than rocky, giving me an idea of tremendous fragility under my feet.
I'm now heading to Maidencombe, which was first recorded in the Domesday Book as a manor of just 4 men. The village grew in the 14th century and offers delightful sea views from the cliffs. The man I've come to meet was born here, and when he's not being a science teacher, loves nothing more than a bit of extreme coastal orienteering.
Hello, Ziggy.
Michael, welcome to Maidencombe, sir.
You're dressed like Action Man.
Come with me, sir, and we'll kit you up.
Here we go.
Have a wetsuit.
Thank you very much.
Ziggy has promised to share his passion for local geology up close.
Teamwork makes the dream work, Michael.
And judging by the size of his paddleboard, Ziggy doesn't do things by halves.
It's another intrepid adventure that I would not have volunteered for. We'll see how this develops.
All right.
On the penultimate day of my Southwest Coast Path adventure, I've arrived at the English Riviera.
This is fantastic.
This coast features some of the most striking geology that I've seen so far.
Give me a few strokes.
Let me just steady myself for a moment.
Just north of Torquay, local science teacher and extreme sports instructor Ziggy is taking me to his favourite bit of this coast, only accessible by sea.
So this is a very famous local landmark called Bell Rock. It's a sandstone arch that's been completely hollowed out. You can swim right through there. The seals swim through there all the time.
Very interesting geology. I'm seeing all these layers. The rock is tipped and fractured.
Yeah, what you're looking at here is Permian sandstone. At some point in its geological history, it could have been when Dartmoor was formed 30 million years ago. The granite came in underneath and lifted it up, which is why it's kind of tilted and all the layers are kind of at angles.
Before they were pushed up, these red sandstone cliffs were formed 280 million years ago during the Permian period. At that time, Britain lay closer to the equator, and much of this country was a desert.
So we're going to go into a Neolithic cave now, which would have been inhabited by our ancestors 800,000 years ago.
I see why we wear helmets now. Why is it so exciting to go into a cave? But it is.
Pre-humans and modern humans would have lived here, hunting on the land out here.
Oh, this is momentous. Well, that is a beautiful sight. So there's a slit in the cave here, and then the light pours through into the water. So the water is lit up actually here, a beautiful green. Ah, that is lovely.
I noticed, Michael, you were a little bit nervous at the start, kind of heading out to sea.
I certainly was. I still am, but talking geology is helping me. Having to concentrate on that and not on whether I'm about to be tipped into the icy water.
Are we going to get the chance to throw you off any cliffs today?
I very much doubt it.
We'll see about that.
Having grown up here, Ziggy knows these cliffs intimately, and for some reason loves nothing better than jumping off them from a great height.
What are these jumps you like to do?
So we do all sorts of different jumps, little ones, big ones, different takeoffs, sometimes running jumps. I'm just going to show you one of the nice easy jumps that we do over here called underhang leap. you like the look of it, come and have a go, mate.
How high are you going?
5 or 6 metres.
I think I'll kneel this one out.
I'll head on over then.
Right, he's made it to shore.
Gonna walk up. There we go. Actually getting higher.
Oh. I can't believe it's just not going to slip off there.
There we go. Yabba dabba!
Oh no!
No!
Oh!
Let's go, Michael, baby!
Are you all right?
Yeah!
Oh.
So good. Come on, man, you got to do a little jump for me. So good. Just a little one over there.
All right, let's go and have a look at the little rock then.
He's going to do one.
A little rock.
A little one. Right, just going to go up to the edge. Don't overthink it when you get to the edge. Just think, okay, positive thoughts. Don't look down and think, okay, I'm too high up. Keep your head in a nice, neat, straight line with your body. And just try and go in with a slight cushion on the knee.
I'm not very sure about this.
Come on, you got this.
No chance I hit the rock.
No.
Where do I want to start?
One step, nice big stride. All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Go, Michael! Woohoo! Hey!
What? It's cold.
The hero.
Oh.
Woo! What do you think about that?
It was a shock. It was good. I'm glad I did it. All right, I'm glad I did it. Ziggy, thank you. I feel invigorated by two things. The shock of the cold water, but also the fact that I actually was confident it was a challenge that I would not meet. And I've surprised myself by meeting it, so there we are. Yeah, I feel good.
Perhaps one of the most important lessons that I'll take with me from this walk is that I can still do things that I've spent my life avoiding.
When I was a child, I had 3 older brothers who were rather sporty. I, on the other hand, was rather plump. My mother, affectionately surely, used to refer to me as the Michelin man, you know, made of rubber tyres, or Mich for short. I developed this obsession that I was useless at all physical activity. I've hardly tried any sport at all in my life, so it is rather fun, counterintuitively, to be doing these things that most people would do when they're in their teens. I'm doing with my senior rail pass.
Back up on the cliffs, my walk continues for 1.5 miles along rolling hills and woodland. And Belle was right, it's stunning to look at.
Another steep hill to go up.
But not so easy on the legs. My next rendezvous is on the edge of a farm with a spectacular view.
Wow, what a beautiful bay. It is absolutely stunning. This glorious semicircle is called Lime Bay, and I must say I love this time of year because the deciduous trees down there are greenish, but they're not yet in leaf. They're just full of promise.
Hiding amongst these trees and hedgerows is a small, rare bird called a searle bunting. Once common on farmland all over southern England, their numbers were reduced, mainly due to modern farming, which depleted their feeding and nesting sites. By 1989, there were just 118 pairs left. As an occasional bird watcher, the chance to spot one is too good to miss.
Every now and again,
I will go on a holiday which is devoted to getting out the binoculars and watching birds. Bird watching is marvellous because you're away from the hurly-burly, but you're filling your mind with another subject.
I'm meeting a woman who's dedicated 25 years to reversing the fortunes of this rare and reclusive bird.
Hello.
Hello.
You're the lady from the RSPB?
I am, yeah. I'm Kath. Hi.
Hello, I'm Michael.
Nice
Good
to meet you.
You're actually feeding the sow buntings, are you?
Yes, I am. So we're just putting a bit of food down for them. They're very vulnerable to cold weather. They're a ground feeder. And so we just put some extra food for them so that we know that there's plenty for them. And we're going to keep them alive, basically.
Is that it there?
That's a male singing.
Quite a nice call, actually,
It is. They're so beautiful. They're really exotic looking bird. They've got yellow on the face, but then sort of black through the eye. They've got olive green on their breast and sort of a nice russety colour. I hope we can point one out to you. If we back off,
let's do that.
We might actually see them coming down. They're starting to come in.
Over on the right there.
Yeah, that's them.
There we are. I've got a male in. I've got a male in there now.
Yeah.
I can see markings on his eye.
Yeah.
Very yellow collar.
Yeah.
And then down into the kind of more olivey colour.
I think once you've seen a male sow bunting, you'll not forget it.
No, it sticks with you, doesn't
Yeah.
it? You can see a male walking along the ground there.
Yeah. You're definitely getting your eye in, aren't you now?
Because I'm seeing the flash of yellow as they come in.
Oh, there's loads of 1, 2, 3, 4.
These pretty little birds nest in thick shrub and feed close to home. But as modern farming has cleared the edges of fields and hedgerows, much of their habitat has been lost. Kath now works with farmers to reintroduce fallow land for nesting, where insects can thrive for the birds to feed on.
And it's amazing to think that this species that we almost lost, it's gone from, less than 120 pairs, all restricted to South Devon. And through all this work that, the farmers have been putting the habitat in place, this bird has now gone to over 1,000 pairs, which is pretty spectacular.
Marvellous. Thank you very much. It's a really good news story too, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'll leave you in rapt contemplation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My penultimate day is almost at its end, with my route leading to another magnificent red cliff, the Ness Headland.
Amazing.
Which overlooks the mouth of the Tean Estuary. Here the landscape changes to one of classic Devon's seaside resorts, where I'll overnight.
My route takes me just a touch inland. This is Shoreham, and across the water is Timber. A very attractive looking town, and the estuary of the river shows up in a beautiful blue colour today.
Shoreham was built on reclaimed land during the 18th century, when the river mouth silted up. Today it's a popular resort, with a beach of gently sloping sand and shingle. A place for a chance meeting with a metal detectorist.
Are you hoping to find treasure?
Yes, I used to find things at that end of the beach. I'm now finding them at this end. So, it just depends on tides and different times of the year. It's just a really, really wonderful hobby to have.
What's the best find you've had ever?
I was really fortunate enough to find a Bronze Age axe head. Wasn't even sure what it was to start off with. That was probably 1200 BC.
I understand why you get so excited about it. And good luck. I feel a medieval horde coming up any moment.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Tomorrow it'll be my turn to hunt for treasure beneath the sand. But not before one final southwest coastal sunset. Morning dawns in South Devon. With 6.5 miles to go until the end of my challenging Southwest Coast Path adventure, I'm determined to make the most of my last day.
Packing for the last time on this walk, feeling a bit nostalgic already. Trusty walking stick. I must say I found this incredibly useful. It's good for pulling you up, steadying you, but I think in particular when you go down, it really relieves the pressure on the knees.
My final morning starts at the mouth of the River Tean, where I'll catch the ferry to Teignmouth. The path then follows the railway line onto Dawlish, where my coastal adventure ends at Devon's majestic River Exe. As I bid farewell to this unforgettable coastline and path with a bracing swim in the English Channel. Beneath the mud of the Tean estuary lies prized terracotta clay. It takes its red colour from the sand that shapes these dramatic cliffs. 150 years ago, it gave rise to an industry. The Watcombe Terracotta Clay Company produced distinctive pottery and sculpture until 1962. Today, local potter Tina continues the tradition, right down to digging her own fresh clay from the riverbed.
Yeah, let's go for it. We can loosen it with the fork and then we can spade it into the bucket.
How's that looking?
Yeah, that looks good. Let's put that in. You can roll it up into a sausage.
Right.
And then you just bend it into a little circle. And if it keeps its shape, that it hasn't cracked or broken away,
So
then
actually that's not bad.
Yeah, so it's quite good plastic clay.
Yes. Let me try your sausage trick.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good clay,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
good in plastic, yeah.
In no danger of running out of clay, you don't think?
Not in my lifetime.
Tina started to make pottery relatively recently, after moving down from London 10 years ago. Because the riverbank is Crown land, she has royal permission to dig the clay here. Back at her studio, she's keen for me to be involved.
So now we can roll that out.
Roll it out like pastry.
Yes, that's great. And then what you want to do is turn it over. So now here's a little template for this tiny little boat. And I'm going to cut it, thinking about the angles and how we want things to join. You're doing very well there. Yeah, that's it. Nice and steady. Who knew a boat looked like a butterfly? So now we're going to get that and just start gently pressing in from the bottom.
So, beginning at the prow.
And sort of squeezing it with your fingers gently and up. That's it. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, something sprung loose there.
It's fiddly. Yeah, that looks like it's doing the job, doesn't it?
Done ship repairs.
And then we can use a tool just to smooth it down and get the line that you want.
Ooh, looks like a tempting piece of Easter egg at the moment.
It does look like chocolate, doesn't it?
I love the smoothness of it. Have you noticed how quiet I've gone?
Yeah.
I'm completely absorbed by this.
It's very absorbing, isn't it? It's very grounding.
I normally chatter away.
Do you?
But once I'm into a task like this. But I don't have any hobbies, really.
I am actually very impressed with you. And you just got a fabulous shape then.
Well, thank you. I think historians will say this was Portillo's naive period.
This is rustic rural period.
Yes, recognisably early in his potting career.
So what you need to do now then is sign it.
Sign it?
Well, that's very artistic.
I named this boat MP. May God bless all who sail in her.
My next destination is on the opposite shore at Teignmouth. To reach it, I make a ferry crossing that dates back to 1296, and which claims to be the oldest in England.
Hello. All right, go on. Thank you very much. Hello there. Hi. Do you get a lot of Southwest Coast Path walkers?
Yes, we do. And they're very relieved to get on here and have a sit down, because that stretch between Torquay and us is quite tough.
It's a punishing path. I'll leave you to do the steering. Take the weight off my legs. My last river crossing. And I'm just beginning to feel that bit of a sigh. That sensation you get when a journey is coming to an end. It's a relief, but you know that you'll miss it. I'll miss this. Thanks for the ride. Permission to land? Very good.
Teignmouth was a significant port from the 14th century, trading mainly in fish and salt. During the 1800s, it became popular as a seaside resort, with the arrival of the sea bathing machine and, in 1846, the railway.
Teignmouth, like many long-established resorts, has these elegant terraces, but the fact that here they're so well maintained and kept beautifully painted also suggests present-day prosperity.
The town is also home to a type of competitive boat racing called gig rowing that harks back to the 18th century in Cornwall, when these six-oared boats would guide larger ships into harbour or operate as lifeboats. Today's gig captain, Kate, has invited me to join the crew.
Kate?
Hello?
There's Michael.
Oh, hello. You okay?
Yeah.
Good.
You look very smart. Is that your rowing club uniform?
It is indeed.
How's the teen rowing club been doing recently? Are you getting good results?
We're one of the top teams in the southwest. We like beating the Cornish, if I'm honest, but you know, they are slightly ahead of us.
And so what, you spend your weekends going around competing, do you?
Yes, we're all over the southwest at the weekends racing. It's like rowing with your best friends, really. I mean, I've been gig rowing now for 25, 26 years. And the competition is just getting up and up and up. And I'm not getting any younger, to be honest, and it's getting harder and harder every year. Keeping the Cornish on their toes.
Gig racing developed centuries ago when competing boats rushed out to the merchant ships that needed to be piloted ashore. The first boat to reach the ship would get the job and the fee.
Well, hello. Hello, crew. I'm Michael.
Just climb in.
Today, I'm rowing oar number 5.
Oh.
Oars forward and row. Stay strong and relax. Don't panic.
Oh.
Well recovered.
Hard work.
That's good.
Corrections. In.
Big power on that catch. Soon as the blade hits the water.
Oh!
Nice and strong.
There's more discipline in this boat than I encountered in 2 years in the Ministry of Defence.
3, 4, 5. That's good, Michael. You're turning into a pro now.
It's demanding, but it's made easy by being part of a team. Because we're all doing the same thing at the same time. Me doing something physically competitive, can you imagine?
You're doing a very good job, Michael. Three cheers for Michael. Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Well, cheers to you. Thank you very much. It is a big strain when you're not used to using the back muscles, leg muscles, arm muscles.
You're either in time or you're in trouble. Thank goodness everyone else knew what they were doing. The end of my coastal path adventure is closing in, and my route out of town flanks the railway that was built as part of Brunel's Penzance to Paddington line.
Whoa!
Today, it still operates a regular service from London, with Teignmouth the second most popular destination.
With a series of tunnels and sea walls, this is one of the most dramatic bits of railway building in Britain. And there is a huge vulnerability here because the land here can slip onto the railway line. This wall can be washed away, and parts of Devon and all of Cornwall can be cut off from the main railway line. However, from the point of view of the railway passenger, it provides a spectacular view of the sea. And the only person who gets a better view still is the walker.
2,000 men were needed to blast these cliffs and excavate the tunnels that still link Teignmouth to my next destination, Dawlish. But since the winter of 1872, Brunel's seawalls have been regularly breached during high tides and storms.
I've often travelled along this railway line to Cornwall and enjoyed the sea views here, but you pay a price for that. In 2014, the railway line was washed away at Dawlish. So now they're investing £80 million in building a new seawall. This bit is very smart, but the part ahead has yet to be completed, and the coastal path is diverted through the town.
From where it will take me on to my final destination at the River Exe. The resort of Dawlish Warren. The end of the final leg of my southwest coast path adventure is in sight, situated on a spit of land between the River Exe estuary and the English Channel.
By and large, my coastal path has avoided the crowds, but now I am firmly in Touristville, and these very strongly coloured beach huts, looking something like a house paint catalogue, help to make Dawlish Warren a charming resort.
As a final hurrah on the southwest coast path, I've arranged to take part in a spot of sea bathing with a local group of cold water enthusiasts. Perhaps this is my last pilgrim's penance.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
It's good to see you. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Is it true that you're thinking of going in the sea?
We are going to go into it. It's a beautiful flat sea. The sun is trying to shine. So yes, we're going to enjoy a swim.
But I could also point out that it's very cold and there's quite a biting wind.
No, it's positively tropical once you're in there. It's all about state of mind.
You tend to wear wetsuits.
No, most of us will be going in just cozies.
But why, when the ingenuity of humankind has given us wetsuits? Why don't you wear wetsuits?
Because they're a hassle,
They
and
are.
it's lovely to feel the water on your skin.
You like swimming?
No. You might keep an eye on me if you would. I'm a very weak swimmer. I'll just do a little bit of that.
Apparently, cold water swimming improves the circulation and immunity and leaves one on a natural high. But I do wonder whether that's just the relief of getting out of the freezing water.
I'm reaching the end of my journey now, and I can be pretty confident that this is the last ordeal, the last torment, and I shall be pleased when that is over. Although, I shall be sorry when the journey's ended. Who knows, I might even miss putting on a wetsuit.
You look really professional now.
Perfect.
It's always a bit about apprehension before you get in the sea. You have to respect the sea.
The heart pounds.
Yeah, the heart does pound every time. Makes you feel alive.
So it begins.
Let's do it.
Michael. Hands in. Yes, hands first. That's it, and go. Woo! Yes. You've done well.
Around the ankles, you don't have much flesh. The ankles get very cold.
Oh, well, there we are. The lady's got me in, and it's been pretty good.
As long as you keep moving, you don't get too cold.
Lovely to look back at the coast.
That dry, warm land.
Exhilarated. With that group of people, all suffering, and yet all having fun. It was good. I'm really pleased I did it. Another challenge knocked over. Woo!
Now I'm really on the homeward straight, taking me through yet another remarkable and, for me, final landscape.
The celebrated sand dunes of Dawlish Warren. And when I reach the top, I should have a view of the River Exe, which will be my finishing point. And sand dunes are lovely to look at and murderous to walk upon.
It seems fitting that my last step should push me a bit.
Oof, this is quite demanding.
As I reflect on what's been a testing experience following sections of this stunning and challenging 630-mile-long coastal path, deservedly regarded as one of the world's greatest long-distance trails.
Here I am. The mouth of the Exe. And there is my walk behind me. I particularly felt that this was a good time to do a walk because of what we've all been through, the pandemic and lockdown. And as I've gone on, I've been struck by an energy that is being released. It is like the opening of a flower. And I must say that has left me with a great sense of optimism. The walk has brought lovely experiences, terrific interactions with very agreeable people. During this walk, I've been thinking that if you ask me who I am, I would tell you what I do. I define myself by my job. And if you ask me what I've done, the list would be quite short. And the list of things that I've never done, extremely long, infinite. The people that I've met on this walk define themselves largely by where they're from and by the communities that they live in. I think I'll carry that thought home to my urban life and reflect with great pleasure on this adventure. And also think that that long list of things that in my life I've left undone has been shortened during this walk by just a little.